and the red shows that it's.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. This is the November 5th meeting of the Gainesville City Commission. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Before we move to adoption of our agenda, I want to talk a little bit about our new procedures here. Of course, we are per the governor rescinding his emergency order on virtual meetings, required to meet in person. We will attempt to fulfill that requirement while keeping as our primary concern the public's health and safety, which is why everybody will continue to be able to participate in our meetings virtually, the same as you have been over the last several months. If you feel you must come down to City Hall, then you will be temperature checked and screened as you come in the door, and you will be required to wear a mask at all times while in our chamber. We will be hosting all of our committee and board meetings in person now, but with the hybrid virtual model. And so again, we very much encourage people that are able to stay home and participate virtually. Any member of the public will be able to give their thoughts on any item on the agenda, any motion that the City Commission puts on the floor. That will not change. To participate in general public comment, you will need to call in to our general public comment number, and you'll see that, I'm sure, on your screen, and you will also be able to find that on our website. And you will also be able to submit written comment on any item on the agenda, and so you can just go to our agenda and offer that written public comment. And of course, you can still email us or call us. And so with that, let's go ahead and get to adoption of our consent agenda. And I believe there are a couple minor modifications, Madam Clerk.
That's correct. There are no modifications to the consent agenda.
No modifications to the consent agenda. Okay. So with that, and I have to learn your new numbers. I know that's you, Commissioner. Hey, Santos, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that we adopt the consent agenda.
Okay, motion. I think the second was by Commissioner Ariola to adopt the consent agenda. Do any members of the public wish to speak to the adoption of the consent agenda or any items on the consent agenda? And we'll start with you, Larry.
Mayor, we don't have any commenters on the line.
Okay, thank you very much. Anybody in person here that wants to speak to adoption of the consent agenda? Okay, then we will move back to a vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. And she will be here. She let me know she'd be a few minutes late. Okay, next up, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is the adoption of the regular agenda with one modification, and that is additional backup for file number 160937, ordinance relating to non-motorized vehicles for hire.
Okay, and that is in the evening.
It's an ordinance.
Yeah, so that'll be in the evening. So a little additional backup there. Okay, thank you very much. Any questions, or is there a motion? Commissioner Ward?
Mr. Mayor, I move we adopt the regular agenda.
Second. Okay. Motion by Ward, second by Ariola to adopt the regular agenda. Any members of the public wish to speak to the adoption of the regular agenda? Larry?
No, sir.
Okay, anybody here? All right, back to the commission. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. Okay, just a sound check, especially Madam Clerk, folks on the call, can you hear okay so far?
No, Mayor, if you would actually pull your mic a little closer, if everyone could do that, that would be much better since you all are muffled with the
I think
masks.
my iPad was blocking that too, so we'll see. I've got limited cubic footage here. Okay, that brings us to general public comment, and we will be starting with anybody that called in and left a voicemail to our general public comment line. And then after that, time remaining, we will take people that are calling in live. Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Okay, we have one.
Hello, my name is Monica Cross, and I am calling for the commission to speak to the Wild Spaces and Public Places program and the possibility that that could be used to help find a permanent site for the Hogtown Medieval Fair. The Hogtown Medieval Fair is a huge institution within the Gainesville community, but also I know people across the state who know Gainesville as the home of the Hogtown Medieval Fair and who come from across the state each year specifically for the Hogtown Medieval Fair. It is a huge cultural event that also has a great impact on our community. And so finding a permanent location for that is very important. And if there is a way to use the Wild Spaces and Public Places program to help find a site for the Hogtown Medieval Fair, I think that that would be a great use of that programming. Thank you.
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you for calling in. I'll reserve comment till the end. Larry, do we have any other members of the public that would like to comment during general public comment?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, then we will close general public comment. I will just say to the woman who called in, our staff has been working with the fair to try to find a suitable location, and that, of course, is an amazing event. I know my girls and I are going to miss it tremendously this year. They are doing a virtual version of that, so we want everybody to support that. But we'll continue working, and hopefully by this time next year, we're able to join in large groups outdoors, and we have found a place for the fair, so we'll continue working with them on that. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is virtual groundbreaking ceremony for Unity Park.
Okay, thank you. Actually, let me take a real brief recess here because I left my run of show and agenda back there. So I'm going to take a real brief recess. We'll be right back when I get that.
Forgot some stuff.
Okay, thank you for that brief pause. We are back to order now, and we are going to do uh, a new one in my experience, a virtual groundbreaking for Unity Park. And so I want to thank our staff for the creative thinking. This, is something important to celebrate. At the same time, we want to keep our neighbors safe and don't necessarily want to draw a bunch of people to a groundbreaking event. And so this was a happy medium and I think a good compromise. So the reason we are here is to celebrate the actual groundbreaking at Unity Park. And I think we might have a shot of the crews that are there in just a second. But we wanted to take the opportunity to share with all of our neighbors the fact that we, despite being in the midst of a pandemic, the likes of which we have not seen in 100 years, are still continuing the work of city government. We have not slowed down, we have not lost our focus, and we also recognize that creating great outdoor spaces is one of the safer ways for our neighbors to get together and to share their experiences with one another. And so the work of the city of Gainesville goes on, and we are really excited to celebrate this success. There are two people that have been instrumental in taking this park from idea to inception to development and now to building it and soon completing it. And one of them sits with us here on the dais is the District 1 Commissioner, Commissioner Simmons. She's been working on this long before she was a city commissioner. And I know that there's probably few happier than you to be celebrating this day with us today, Commissioner. And the other is Reverend Carl Anderson, and we'll be able to hear from him in a little bit as well. But in these challenging and stressful and difficult times, it is important to also celebrate our successes, to be appreciative of the good things happening in our communities, in our lives, and this groundbreaking is certainly one of those. So with that, I would love to recognize Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for that warm welcome and those kind words. I really do appreciate that. But I could not have even begun this task without our staff at the Parks and Recreation and Cultural Affairs Department. Because of them and their commitment to this project, we're here today celebrating. So thank you so much for that. The existing Northeast 31st Avenue Park was constructed in the 1960s. In the 1970s, GRU installed a high voltage transmission line over the park, and GRU offered the city 3.3 acres, 200 feet west of the current park to build a replacement park. Northeast 31st Avenue Park has been a priority item for the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Affairs Department's agenda and was included in its Vision 2020 Master Plan published in 2012. Thanks to the Gainesville's community support of the Wild Spaces and Public Places half-cent sales tax and a generous donation of $10,000 from the Gainesville's Women's Club, funding has been dedicated to enable this important neighborhood park project to come to life. Throughout the planning and designing phases of the park, community engagement was relied upon extensively to better understand the needs of the neighborhood. The new naming of the park, Unity Park, was born from that community effort. The design and amenities for the new park were also selected based on feedback from voting and discussions at a well-attended community workshop in 2019. This project is the result of a collective effort of dedicated neighbors, community groups, and city staff. I'd like to offer my sincere thanks for all of those involved in making this park happen. Now I'd like to welcome Karen Jeter, President of the Gainesville Women's Club, to say a few words. And again, I extend my thanks for the club's generous support of this park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Poe and Commissioner Simmons. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Okay. On behalf of the Gainesville Women's Club, I would like to thank the commissioners, Wild Spaces, and Public Places, and all the caring people who pitched in to change Unity Park from a vision to a reality. It is unconscionable that the residents of any part of our city should be without a safe and pleasant place outdoors where children and parents alike can play and enjoy the benefits of our beautiful Florida weather. When we first viewed this plot of ground, it was neither. But without the weeds, cracked pavement, broken glass, and with some planning, funding, and work, it had potential. We only wish that the late Margaret Gilliland were here in my place for the commencement of this groundbreaking. This was her vision, and aided by Cindy Catlin, Norm Gilliland, who wrote our radio plays, the cast who rehearsed many nights with great camaraderie, the ladies who collected donations for the silent auction and planned the menus for the dinner theater. She ensured that we would show that we were serious about this project. I think she might very well be smiling at us right now. This is a great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dieter, and thank you to all the folks from the Gainesville Women's Club that helped make this a reality. Their support is so much appreciated. Next, it is my honor to introduce to you one of my friends and great community partner, Reverend Carl Anderson. Reverend Anderson is a community member who has been actively advocating for this neighborhood park renovation. Reverend Anderson also graciously provided the Wild Spaces Public Places team space in his church, Upper Room Ministries, for the final community workshop held for the new Unity Park. Reverend Anderson is involved in so many different aspects of our community, all focused on helping lift people up and help our community become better than it is today. And this is just one outward manifestation of those efforts. So, Reverend Anderson, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to give a few comments.
He's just not entering the meeting, Mr. Mayor.
Great.
All right. God bless you, everyone. Mayor, Commission, it is an honor to be with you this afternoon. I want to say we appreciate Commissioner Simmons on her valiant effort on getting partners to renovate this park. I have been advocating for the renovation of this park for many years. It was a great concern for me to see a transformer sitting in the middle of this park, right in front of the baby swings. And I had health concerns. I thought that there would be health concerns. I knew that it would frighten the children, and it just didn't lend itself to be kid-friendly. And so when I got the news that it would be renovated and how Commissioner Simmons took it upon herself to go and round up other partners and sponsors, it did my heart so good to see that. Again, I had come and tried to get help before, and we didn't get far. And so now I give God praise for where we are now, and I'm looking forward to Unity Park being a park where the community, that area of our community can come. People of all ages, people of all races, all cultures can come and have a great time recreating. Our kids need to have a place where it's well lit and a place where it's clean and a place where no transformers are there in the middle of the park. And so again, we're grateful, and it's just an honor to be here today to be a part of this great auspicious occasion. Again, we thank you, Commissioner Simmons, and all that have sown into this project. It is a prayer of mine, and I spent much time there playing and interacting with people in the community. Even grew up some in that neighborhood. Now pastor in that neighborhood, and so it means a lot. And the name Unity speaks volumes. We couldn't have chosen a better name for that park, Unity Park. I tell you what, we can't have a great community without having unity. And so again, I'm grateful to you, doing this. Thank you again, Mayor Poe, Board of Commissioners, partners, sponsors. We're grateful. Thank you. I speak on behalf of Upper Room Ministries and myself as a concerned citizen of the city of Gainesville. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Carl Anderson, for your advocacy and holding the faith for so long. It finally paid off. Up next, we're going to have Betsy Waite, who is the director of our Wild Spaces Public Places program. We can't say for sure whether this would have happened without Wild Spaces Public Places, but we know that it made it much more likely because the voters passed that particular dedicated revenue source. And so Ms. Waite is going to speak to us about what our neighbors can expect from the park as far as amenities and what it's going to look like, and maybe even when we can expect to go play there. Ms. Waite, welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor, City Commissioners, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to celebrate with us today. And thank you, Ms. Jeter and Pastor Anderson as well. It really means a lot to have these partners in the community. So I'm going to screen share and just take a few minutes of your time to show you a little bit of the history in the project. I think it's important to know where we've been in order to truly appreciate where we're going. And then I'll go over all the new wonderful amenities that are going to be available in Unity Park, and then tell you a little bit about the construction timeline before we actually get to see the heavy equipment and the contractors on the site. Okay. So if everyone can see my screen, I'll take just a few moments. So for people viewing from home, if you're not familiar with the original Northeast 31st Avenue Park, it is pretty close to Ironwood Golf Course, Sonny's Barbecue. It's off of Northeast 31st Avenue. Flatwoods Conservation Area is also located nearby. So the new Unity Park is going to be about 200 feet west of the park's current location. So this is just to show you where Flatwoods Conservation Area is in proximity to the existing Northeast 31st Avenue Park, and then the future Unity Park. Flatwoods Conservation Area will also be getting renovated concurrent with the new Unity Park project. And just to show you the current situation, so this is Northeast 31st Avenue Park. I know Pastor Anderson alluded to those lovely transmission poles that are on the current park location. So this is looking north, and this is facing east. This is probably the most well-loved piece of equipment on the site, a very authentic merry-go-round. And again, we couldn't have done it without input from the neighbors in this community. These are some photos from the 2019 community engagement meeting, where citizens and neighbors were able to vote on their preferred playground equipment features, as well as sidewalk games. And here's a rendering of the future park. So there are a lot of wonderful new things that are going to be constructed at Unity Park. We're going to have 2 brand new state-of-the-art basketball courts, a basketball toss for younger children. There's going to be an open lawn for all sorts of recreational play. a walking loop around it with adult fitness stations, so adults can also exercise. There's going to be a pavilion with tables and grills, also some picnic tables underneath of a very nice tree canopy that's at Unity Park. There's going to be a new community garden, and you see there's parking included. And then the sidewalk games that were voted on included Twister, a Gaga Ball pit, and Foursquare. So those are also included in this park. And last but not least, this is a rendering of the future playground. So as you can see, this is going to be a state-of-the-art playground with all the modern amenities you can imagine. Again, a very robust, innovative playground, and we're super excited to bring this to Unity Park and the Carroll Estates community. So with that, I know we have Peter McNeese, the project manager for Unity Park, standing by on site. So I'm going to stop screen sharing. And just wanted to let you know, so construction is kicking off this week, today really. And, you know, we hope that the construction goes smoothly and will be complete in the summer of 2021. And we hope that at that time, COVID is dissipated, and we would love to celebrate with everyone at the new community park.
Awesome. Thank you, Ms. Wade, and thank you for all of your work on all of our wild spaces, public places projects. Excuse me. So, yes, I see a picture there. Can we bring that up to full screen for people at home? The on-site picture. There we go. I don't know if anybody can let the gentleman. Hey, we hear you. All right. Okay, so with that, we have our little miniature model size Unity Park groundbreaking here. It looks about like the real thing. We don't have any little human action figures in there, but besides that, it looks pretty good. So with that, gentlemen, Pete McNeese, who is the project manager, is going to break some actual ground while we break some playground here right in our city commission chambers. Gentlemen, go ahead. This is a very zen thing. All right. Well, thank you all very much. We appreciate it. I look forward to seeing what the final product looks like in a few months. Thank you, Ms. Waite. All right. That was literally unprecedented. We've heard that word a lot recently, but that was unprecedented. Yeah. Okay. I remiss. I meant to say it at the beginning of our meeting, but I will do it now. Commissioner Sacco got elected some 8 months ago. She got sworn in some 6 months ago. And this is the first time she's had a meeting here in our chambers. And so, Commissioner Sacco, welcome. We've been enjoying your company virtually for several months now, but we're glad to be sitting here at the dais with you. I hope it feels even more real now that you're here. So far, you're doing a great job. Okay, Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Okay, our next item is business discussion item 2, supplemental rules of procedure for in-person public meetings and virtual workshops during COVID-19, with a recommendation that the City Commission adopt the resolution.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I was just making myself a little more room here. Okay, so Commission, we've discussed these rules previously. These will be our rules for running not just this meeting, but all of our boards and committees as well, encouraging folks to still participate virtually if that's at all possible, but providing a set of rules and guidelines that will allow us to do it in person as safely as we can. So with that, are there any questions? I guess one thing we'll need to do is include in the motion, well, let's do that first. A motion to waive our rules and take up the resolution in the afternoon. Commissioner Ward?
So moved, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, motion and a second. Motion was by Ward, second was by Simmons to waive our rules and take up this resolution in the afternoon. We wanted to put this at the beginning of the agenda just so it was in place for the rest of our meeting. Anybody wish to comment on that motion?
We have no one on the line, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anybody here wish to comment on the motion to waive our rules? Okay, all in favor say aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously with Johnson absent. Okay, so up next we do have our rules. Are there any questions, additions, or does anybody want to make a motion? Commissioner Ariola?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to move that we adopt the draft resolution.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, moved by Ariola, seconded by Ward that we adopt resolution 200493, which are the supplementary rules for procedures for in-person public meetings and virtual workshops, so long as we have our declared state of emergency. Larry, any members of the public?
No, sir.
Okay, any members of the public present? All right, back to the commission. This is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
You can put your mic on.
Commissioner Ward?
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson is absent. Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously with Commissioner Johnson absent. Okay, up next, never mind, we'll get to it when we get to it. Up next, we have appointments to a variety of boards: Cultural Affairs, City Plan Board, and the Development Review Board. And so let's take those up in order, starting with the Cultural Affairs Board. We have one full term that will end September 30th of 2023, and we have 4 applications for that. Are there any applicants for the Cultural Affairs Board here that would like to introduce themselves? Come on up.
Commissioners, Mr. Mayor. I'm James Kane, and so I am very excited about the opportunity to serve on the Cultural Affairs Board. I know you have several other candidates to consider, so I'll just give you a little bit of my experience and what I think I can bring to the board. Florida native, born and raised down in Stewart. Went to school, lived and worked kind of along the I-4 corridor, and now school has brought me to Gainesville, so I've been a resident for over a year now. And I am a music educator. I've taught middle school and high school. Also had the opportunity to work for several arts organizations. While I was in school at USF, I was pleased to serve on the staff for the Master Chorale of Tampa Bay. Also worked a lot with the Negro Spiritual Scholarship Foundation that's based in Orlando. 2 things that I'm really interested in exploring is the collaborative relationships between the city and our local universities and college, ensuring that the student population is aware of all the opportunities that are here in the city, and vice versa, making sure that the city is apprised of the opportunities that are offered on campus, both in music and dance and the other cultural things that we have to offer. And the other item that I'm interested in working on is obviously with COVID-19, a lot of small businesses are hurting. A lot of venues have had to close and events canceled. So I'm very interested to see what the city can do to assist those venues and the cultural organizations within the city to get things ramped up again and see if we can get things back to normal. I appreciate your consideration. If you had any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
All right, thank you, Mr. Kane, for being here. I really appreciate it. Is there anybody else present here for Cultural Affairs? Do we have anybody on the call for Cultural Affairs, applying for Cultural Affairs Board?
Yes, Mayor, we do have Taylor Spangler. I believe she has been admitted as a panelist. So, Ms. Spangler, if you have 3 minutes, you have the floor.
Hi, this is Taylor. Thank you so much for having me. This virtual hybrid meeting is one of the best executed I've seen so far this year. So shout out to you all for running a tight ship. Yeah, I was excited for the opportunity to apply for this board and get the chance to serve Gainesville again. I was very fortunate to be able to serve a short appointment on my neighborhood CRA Citizen Advisory Board. I was on our Fifth Avenue Pleasant Street Advisory Board until we changed things up and merged into one big super board. So I was looking for other opportunities to serve, and this one really piqued my interest. I've been here in Gainesville for 13 years and have really seen that transition that the previous candidate just discussed, of really going from being a student and kind of plugged into things on campus and that kind of direct sphere there, and really extending out into all the wonderful neighborhoods and different cultural opportunities that Gainesville's provided. So yeah, I would be excited to connect and serve the folks who are doing this work and the citizens who maybe don't know how to take advantage of all of those cool things. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Spangler. Really appreciate your willingness to continue your service and for being with us today. And the meeting's early, so stick around. It might not all go so smoothly. Do we have anybody else on the line that would like to introduce themselves that's applying for the Cultural Affairs Board?
I do not see anyone at the moment, but let me just call the other two names. Miss Euretha Bostic or Miss Chantel Hadley. If you are on the line, would you please raise your hand? If you're on your phone, you can dial *9 or just use your computer's raise hand feature. I do not see any.
Okay, well, thank you, both Ms. Spangler and Mr. Kane, and all the applicants. Reading through all your backgrounds, we had plenty of great candidates to choose from for this, so I have confidence that whomever gets picked will serve the board incredibly well. With that, are there any questions from the commission, or is there a motion? I can't make a motion. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, as always, when we have a good list of applicants, it becomes difficult to choose one over the other when you know, we have people who want to serve their city and do so from a place of experience and goodwill. So I want to thank our applicants, and I would like to move that we appoint Ms. Taylor Spangler to the Cultural Affairs Board.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ward, moved by Ariola. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion? Okay.
No, sir.
Okay, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of the motion to appoint Ms. Spangler to the Cultural Affairs Board, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Mr. Kane, thank you. Please stay sort of active and aware. These seats definitely come up and open frequently, and obviously you have a background that's perfectly suited, so we'd love to see your interest continue on that, and our clerks can help you with the openings when they come up. And thanks for coming down today, too. My parents were both music educators, so my heart goes out to you. You've got an incredibly difficult job, especially in the middle of COVID. Okay, up next we have the City Plan Board. The Plan Board has full 4 terms that are open that will be ending in 2023, and we have 7 applications. We have Robert Ackerman seeking reappointment. We have Eric Condon seeking reappointment. We have Sophia, I should know how to say your last name by now. Corrugado? Yeah? Okay. And Jason Hurst and David Roundtree, Stephanie Sutton seeking reappointment, and Megan Watker-Radke seeking reappointment. So 4 members seeking reappointment and 3 new applicants. Before I go to the commission, are there any members? I see, Sophia, that you're here. If you'd like to introduce yourself to us, and then we'll go to anybody that might be calling in.
So can y'all hear me?
We can.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Just really briefly giving a little background as to why I applied to this board. First and foremost, it would be a really, really great honor to serve the city in this way and be a really valuable experience to be on this board. Over the past year or so, I've had the opportunity to serve on the Development Review Board and gained really, really insightful experience on being an effective and collaborative, productive member on that board. Additionally, for over a couple years now, I've become increasingly involved and aware with our community, paying close attention to the conversations happening both at the commission level and in the community as it relates to the future of development in Gainesville. And ultimately, I find that it is important to bring diversity and new voices to these boards over time. Ultimately, I feel like I know that at least this year I've spent numerous hours looking into and researching comprehensive plans and our zoning code here in Gainesville, becoming aware of the importance of all this and that it has in shaping our government and our decisions around land use. That being said, these land use decisions, which have lasting effects on our environment, on our history, and of course our communities here in Gainesville. And so I feel extremely confident in my ability to effectively contribute to this board and our city as a whole. And thank you guys for considering me my appointment. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you for coming to say a little something about yourself to us today. Kristen, do we have anybody on the phone applying for this board?
Yes, actually we have Jason Hurst. I'm promoting him to a panelist now. Mr. Hurst, you have the floor.
All right, can you guys hear me?
We can. Thank you. Welcome.
Well, thank you for having me. I apologize I couldn't be there in person. I'm actually out of town working today, but wanted to make sure that I sat in on the meeting. My name is Jason Hurst. My wife and I have been residents of Gainesville for about 14 years now. I've been a Florida resident for going on 20 years, having got my MBA from my MBA and undergrad degrees from Florida A&M University. I am a director at Colliers International, heavily entrenched in the commercial real estate space. So I'm very well versed in the codes for development, as well as the inner workings of the real estate community, which seemed like it would be a natural fit for this place of service. I'm very much so a community servant, having dealt with several civic organizations, but particularly now involved with the United Way on the CIC committee, the Community Investment Committee. But also my wife and I are business owners in Gainesville as well, owning 2 restaurant locations called Maple Street Biscuit Company. We see them as civic organizations first, giving back to the community in any way that we can. Secondly, followed by very good food. So if you're in and around one of those, please stop by. But very happy to be considered for this. We love serving Gainesville. We think Gainesville has a great trajectory that it's on to not only preserve what has been Gainesville, but also what can be Gainesville. So I'm very happy to be here.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hurst. Appreciate you being with us today and your interest in service. Anybody else, Ms. Bryant?
I believe that is all, but let me just give a call out to the rest of the applicants. Robert Ackerman, Eric Condon, David Roundtree, Stephanie Sutton, Megan Walker-Radke. If you would raise your hands if you are attendees, and I will recognize you. Or you can even call in to the public line if you're listening in. I do not see anyone else raising their hand.
Okay, very good. We will turn back to the commission and start with Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have some great candidates that are both here and applying for this board. I appreciate thank you, Sophia Corrado, to be here. We have very few applicants on the DRB, and I think that's where I think a better place, because we have a few applicants there, to have you on that board. So I'd like to put forward a motion to get things started, that we appoint Robert Ackerman, Jason Hurst, David Roundtree, and Stephanie Sutton.
Okay, the motion was seconded by Commissioner Simmons, moved by Hayes Santos to appoint Ackerman, Hurst, Roundtree, and Sutton. 2 of those would be reappointments and 2 of those would be new appointments. Next, we'll go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. We have had a joint meeting with the Historic Preservation Board, and last year we also had a joint meeting with the City Plan Board. And I am personally not ready to vote on having a 3-year term for most of the members until we would have a joint meeting again to go over some of the issues that we talked about. It was over a year ago. So I have no idea how this vote is going to go. I really do appreciate everybody that has come forward to be of service. I personally would like to see a joint meeting happen to talk through some of the development issues that we have been talking about as a commission and as a community. I think we're in a vastly different place than we were when we first met with the City Plan Board, and the importance of this board is, I think, undervalued and understated. So after this motion, I will be making another motion. I'll just press my button about having a joint meeting and talking through some important development issues that are in our community at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson, and especially as we start getting into the sort of tough lift of the comp plan, it's probably better to meet with them at the front end of that discussion than later on. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank all of the applicants, and also I second the motion and completely forgot about Sophia, because I think she's she would be a great addition to the plan board. And she would be one of my picks, and I just totally overlooked her, so I apologize for that, Sophia. I've seen your work firsthand. I've seen how you're in the community. You're really learning, and you're trying to get a grasp of planning and all that it entails. You're very passionate about the communities. And so with that being said, I would not vote for the motion that I second. I think Sophia would be a great addition to the City Plan Board. And also, in addition to what Commissioner Johnson stated earlier, we have to really take a good look at the current and also seeking reappointment members and the longevity that they have had on this board. One of the reasons I second this is because of the addition of the 2 new members, Jason Hurst and Roundtree. That was one of the reasons I seconded and completely forgot about Sophia. But I am concerned about the longevity of the current members that's on the City Plan Board. And that has nothing to do with their ability or inability to do their jobs, but I just think it's time for, in some cases, new blood and new ideas. So that doesn't go against anything that they've already contributed to the board. I just think that we need to look at other ways of bringing new ideas and fresh faces to the board. So I would not be voting for the motion I second. Thank you.
Commissioner, and Ms. Corrado is also applying for the DRB, so if she doesn't end up making on this, there's another opportunity in a few moments. Back to Commissioner Johnson.
I also wanted to mention that at the last joint Historic Preservation Board meeting, we decided that we would ask a series of different questions than we have been asking in the past, and that we would take those into consideration with the Development Review Board, the City Plan Board, and the Historic Preservation Board. So that's another reason why I think that we should hold off on this, is to get some of those answers to the questions that we have pertaining to the development of our city and some of the issues that have been at the forefront.
Right on, thank you. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I think we have some terrific applicants. Everybody who's applied is a terrific applicant. We have an embarrassment of riches in our city when it comes to this sort of thing. I don't want to put off appointing members to a board anymore. We should meet with the plan board. We should absolutely do that. We should probably do that a couple of times a year instead of once a year. But I'm prepared to move forward with the motion. Ms. Corrigetto, I'd look forward to voting for you for the DRB. And if this fails, I'd make another motion that would include you, actually. But these folks, any of this group, I think we would be well served to have work for or volunteer with the city of Gainesville in these positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Yes, thank you. Colleagues, I would also be in agreement that we meet with the plan board, but to me, we have a duty to select members. I'm not in support of the motion. When all of these applicants are fantastic. They all want to serve their community. But for me, I also look for representation as well, and also allowing new people to serve in some of these more prestigious boards. So for me, if this motion doesn't pass, I will be looking to appoint Mr. Ackerman, Ms. Goruguedo, Mr. Hurst, and Ms. Sutton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just about delaying, I do think we should meet with them. We need to meet the plan board before we get into the comp plan kind of discussions, but we do have a duty to appoint people and keep things moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I support the motion as well. I'd love to vote for you in a couple moments. I think that you would serve great on the DRB. But I think this is a group of 4 fantastic people, a couple with a deep knowledge of our community, and a couple that bring some new ideas and sort of new perspectives. That's a good mix to me. The plan board's got a lot of work coming up before them, and so we need to keep on moving. But I absolutely look forward to a series of meetings that we have with them as we get into the comp plan and really look at how we prioritize our goals and create a new comp plan that's representative of where our city is headed, and they're going to be instrumental in doing that. Commissioner Simmons, back to you.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just wanted to agree. I just think this is a great lit group of people that was chosen, but I just think it's a better fit if Sophia to the city plan board. That was just my only stipulation versus the DRB. I think she would be a great addition to the plan board.
Okay, with that, we'll turn it over to any members of the public that wish to comment on the motion.
No call-in comments, Mayor.
Okay, anybody here? All right, back to the commission. Again, a motion is to appoint Ackerman, Hurst, Roundtree, and Sutton to a 3-year term on the city plan board. It's hard for me to hear who's saying what, so can you all help me out with a little raised hand? So all in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. 1, 2. Okay, all opposed? Okay, that motion fails 3-4. It was Ward, Hey Santos, and Poe in the affirmative, everybody else in dissent. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, Mayor. Let me get back to my list because I would like to make a motion. I would like to move that we add Sophia, Mr. Ackerman, Hurst, and Roundtree.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second by Johnson. Okay, any members of the public wish to speak to that motion?
None on the line, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner A. Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support the motion that, well, not the current motion, but what Commissioner Ariola put forward, where it was Ackerman, Corriego, Hurst, and Sutton. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm
Okay.
voting against the motion.
Thank you. Well, I'll wait. Never mind. So with that, let's go ahead and move to a vote. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye, and raise your hands. 1, 2, 3. I can't see. No. Okay, that motion fails. I'm voting for everything, and it keeps failing. So that was Johnson, Poe, and Simmons in the affirmative. Everybody else in the dissent. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move that we appoint Mr. Ackerman, Mr. Hurst, Ms. Guruguedo, and Ms. Sutton.
Okay, seconded by Jesus Santos, moved by Ariola. Any members of the public wish to speak to that motion? Larry, we got anybody out there who wants to talk about this motion?
No, sir.
Okay, back to the commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that motion passes 5-2 with Johnson and Simmons in dissent. Commissioner Johnson, did you want to make a motion about the joint meeting?
I move that we schedule a joint meeting with the city plan board and ask that the recommendations that we had at the last meeting come back to us with an update from the city manager.
At that meeting or ahead of time?
At the meeting.
At the meeting, okay. Is there a second? The motion is to schedule a joint meeting with the plan board and have the recommendations discussed at the last meeting be updated and presented at that meeting. Okay, seconded by Ward. Commissioner Jesus Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Did staff know when we're supposed to have like the starting of the comp plan and everything? I mean, I don't want to have like a back-to-back meeting if we have one in 2 weeks and another one. I mean, can we talk about the comp plan at the same time? I guess what is?
I'll work on the agenda for it. We'll
Okay.
make sure that Commissioner Johnson's request is on there, and then we'll figure out what is a valuable use of our time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. Okay, so thank you all very much. Congratulations. We are now on to the Development Review Board. Let me get my... Okay, and we have... Oh, I'm sorry. I thought... Oh, on the joint meeting. I'm sorry. Do we have any members of the public wish to speak to the motion on holding a joint meeting?
No, sir, not that we're aware of.
All right, thank you. Back to the commission. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thanks for helping me, y'all. I've got a lot of things staring me in the face here that's making it really difficult in a way I did not imagine it would be. Okay, up next we have the Development Review Board. We have one full term that will end in November of 23, and we have one student term that will end in September of 21. So just a little less than a 12-month term. We have two applicants, Jamie Bell and Sophia Corrudo. I'm sorry. I'm embarrassed. I'm doing so poorly at that. So you are currently a student member on the DRB, and you just want to serve the full term coming up. So why don't you go ahead and reintroduce yourself?
There's not anyone to currently replace me.
There are no other student applicants. I do think it might be, well, it's just an opinion. I don't know. It would be highly unusual to have somebody on the DRB and the plan board at the same time.
For sure, and I was also going to mention that I'd be happy to give this opportunity to the other applicant for the full member position.
Okay, well, thank you. We'll take that into consideration. Do we have Mr. Bell with us, Kristen?
Miss Jamie Bell, I don't believe is on the line at the moment, but we could give her a moment to see if she calls in or comes onto the meeting. I don't believe she was one of the ones to ask for the meeting information.
Okay. So just pipe in if she joins us, and we'll let her address the commission. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Okay, will do.
Okay, I'll turn it over to Commissioner Johnson.
Thanks, Mayor. I want to find out what is the reasoning behind us? Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
What's the reasoning behind us voting on members as kind of a package? Is there any reason why we don't split the vote between folks? I've noticed that that's just something that we do.
I will always split a vote if anybody requests it.
Okay. I personally would love to. There was a concern for me in the last vote. I would have loved to have voted for Sophia. There was one person in the last batch that had to recuse themselves from at least 20% of the votes that they took because of conflict of interest. And it would be important to me for us to start splitting the votes, because there's some people that I would have voted for and that there's some folks that I wouldn't have. So
Absolutely. Yeah, anybody up here, if there's any emotion, ever a motion with more than one part to it, and you want it split, just let me know, and I will do that without question. No problem. Okay, Commissioner Jesus Santos.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we appoint Jamie Bell and that we re-advertise for the student position.
Okay, is there a second? Motion by Jesus Santos, seconded by Ward. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion, which is to appoint Jamie Bell to the full term and re-advertise for the student position?
No callers, Mayor.
Okay, anybody here? All right, back to the commission. Commissioner Simmons.
So, the applicant Sophia, she doesn't want to continue on the DRB path as a student nor a member?
I think she indicated she would step aside to allow us to re-advertise for that position. And I also just will point out, I wouldn't vote to support that. I don't think it's wise to have somebody on the DRB and the plan board at the same time. I think that's, first of all, asking too much, and second of all, might create a little bit of a conflict. Okay, so with that, let's move to a vote. Again, it's to appoint Jamie Bell to the full term and re-advertise for the student seat. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. Okay, Madam Clerk, our next item, please.
Our next item is business discussion item 4, approval of the quarterly joint city commission and utility advisory board meetings for 2021.
Okay, Commissioner Jesus Santos, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I asked for this to be pulled. I don't think we need to have a meeting every single quarter. I think we can do it more as needed. When we did take this motion back in 2017, I think the utility was in a lot of stuff was happening in the utility at that time. And I think that's why we decided to have it every quarter, but I think it might be better just to have it as needed or kind of as we move forward. So that's what I would like to move, that we have meetings with the UAB as needed moving forward.
Okay, is there a second to that? Okay, motion dies for lack of a second. What I don't mind doing is scheduling these meetings as placeholders, and then if there is no need to meet, what I used to do is talk with the chair of the UAB and see what we might put on the agenda. If there's nothing pressing or new, and we can always cancel the meeting, but if they're sort of scheduled, then at least we know we have the placeholder for them. Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Mayor, I do think it's useful to have them scheduled. I don't think we need to meet with them more than twice a year, maybe even once a year prior to budget season. But I'm comfortable having them scheduled, but I really don't believe we need to meet 4 times a year just for the sake of meeting. So, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I agree. A lot of the early meetings were because we had some really transformational decisions to make about the utility. But I would be more than happy to take your suggestion, which is that we leave the quarterly meetings as is, and then at the discretion of the mayor and the chairs, decide whether or not to hold those meetings per items as they come.
Was that a motion?
That's right. Second. So therefore, I move that we schedule the quarterly meetings as shown.
Okay, is there a second? Second. I will. Maybe you heard Commissioner Sacco on that second first. And so what I'll do, I'll try to hold that meeting with the chair of the UAB prior to the city commission meeting scheduled before these meetings, so I can bring up the topics with y'all that we discussed about putting on the agenda. And if that sounds okay to you, then great. If there's something else you wanted to add, we can try to do that. But I don't. I want to make sure that we're placing things on the agenda. And if we decide, hey, there's not enough to talk about, we both recommend canceling it, I'd let you all know that too, so we can all agree that that's what we want to do. So I'm hoping my executive assistant and the clerk heard me say that they need to schedule some meetings between the chair and I enough time ahead of those city commission meetings prior to these 4 dates. With that, any members of the public wish to speak to the motion on scheduling 4 UAB City Commission joint meetings?
None on the line, Mayor.
Okay. Anybody here? Back to the commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 6-1 with Jesus Santos in dissent. Okay, up next, we have an update on the Office of Capital Asset Planning and Economic Resilience, or CAPER. And so for this, I believe that we have our city manager. Oh, no, we have, well, city manager and Eric Bredfeld, it looks like. Mr. Manager.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, Commissioners. This item has been scheduled and rescheduled several times. The question has come up, I believe, as to what is the purpose and how did we create the Office of Capital Asset Planning and Economic Resilience, or what we call CAPER. This is an office where, during the reorganization that I launched in February and then modified slightly for May 1st, basically consolidated some functions that were being performed by various departments under one coordinated group. So this is a three-person office right now that reports to an assistant city manager, formerly Dan Hoffman, now acting assistant city manager Phil Mann on there. Its purpose is threefold. One is to coordinate our real estate activities, as we've talked about, and you saw a presentation from Colliers International. They are going to oversee the leasing of city property, both where we are the lessee and the lessor, as well as the acquisition and sale of property. That was a function that was spread among various different departments, and we did not have any coordinated way of monitoring leases or determining lease rates that were consistent throughout throughout our portfolio. Second function that they have undertaken will be economic development. As you know, economic development is a core responsibility of the GCRA. Within the GCRA boundaries. It's one of their three programs. However, a lot of the city is still outside of those boundaries, and Mr. Bredfeld, who's heading up the CAPER office, previously was serving in the capacity of economic development for us, and will continue in that role, liaisoning with our other partners such as Alachua County government, the airport, the chamber, and other parties that are instrumental in the economic development activity. And then the third is our capital coordination. Again, capital projects are still being done by departments, but the charge for CAPER is to bring the monitoring of those projects and some of the planning in terms of how we budget for those projects under one office so that we can effectively look at where our resources are going, make sure that we're not, in essence, ripping up the street just to put in infrastructure and then coming down, a year later and doing the same thing with another department. And so looking at our resources, trying to score a capital plan, prepare what will be a 5-year fully funded capital plan for us to work off of will be the charge. And then they will also, under that capital, handle some projects that are multi-departmental. For example, Sharif Sila, who's our city architect, is part of that office, and she will be coordinating on my behalf the 8th and Waldo project, bringing in all of our other players, just GCRA, Wild Spaces, Public Works, Parks and Recreation, and some of our other partners to that discussion. So that's the purpose of CAPER, was to extract some community builders from various departments, put them under one portfolio, and have them be able to execute and further our strategic plan. Happy to answer any questions the commission has.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Feldman. We have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Manager Feldman, just to be clear, this office doesn't have any new spending authority or responsibility beyond what your office currently has, and any capital projects continue to, above your authority, continue to come to the commission, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr.
the city manager's memorandum of October the 13th, in which the budget for the office is mentioned. And I just had some questions, and I'm really just trying to get an understanding, because I love the idea of coordination and consolidation, where perhaps we've become redundant in some of our administrative processes. But because this commission has taken such an interest and this maybe is coming from a place because I sat on the racial equity subcommittee, and so a lot of our discussions were based around how the city spends its money, how we put our contracts out. And so whenever we have, what I deem to be a pretty big change in how the city goes about some of these capital projects, I just wanted the commission to have an opportunity to sort of, at least for my purposes, I wanted to be able to understand a little bit better how some of that is proceeding. Particularly, I just wanted to understand sort of a little bit more detail on the managing and execution of some of these contracts, because it just says very broadly, working on managing of real estate and consultant and downtown strategic master plan contracts. But we haven't really had like a presentation on some of those specifics and some of those things. So I hear it'll be brought before the commission as regular business, but that hasn't really occurred yet, at least in the last few months. And I understand we've been under a very different governing structure, but I still have. I just want to see more brought before us, and I want to get a better idea for exactly how the workflow has changed. And I do just want to point out, I still don't fully understand, because when we had our joint meeting with the CRA board and we talked about CRA projects, it seemed to me like this office had taken a more prominent role with assisting some of our CRA goals. But then I don't see the CRA mentioned in this memorandum dated October the 13th. So I also have some questions. I just don't understand how those two correlate in what they're doing. So perhaps this is maybe just my failing in being confused, Mr. Mayor, and I'm happy to admit that. But whenever we've had consolidation of city departments in the past, I have always felt as though there's been a bit more collaboration, at least in the presentations, which I haven't really seen. So those are my comments.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo some of the things that Commissioner Ariola just stated. And I would like to know, since this department has been in place, what have you all done? What has been done so far? I know we're trying to I'm assuming put the department together, this program together. So what have you actually done for as concrete work? Have you reached out and done legwork in the community and looked at various projects and took notes and things that you're going to bring back to the CRA? I'm just trying to figure out what has been, what process are you at now for doing something?
So Commissioner, let me jump in there. So again, this office just got stood up just a few months ago. The first tasks were to go out and procure our real estate consultant, our real estate broker, Colliers, who you met at the last GPC meeting, so they went through that procurement, and then now they're working with Colliers to do the inventory of the strategic land, bring all the leases under one consolidated format. So, for example, we had leases where we just weren't doing any sort of administration on, and they were in multiple departments, and different departments had different responsibilities for those leases, and so we're now bringing those under control. Also, when we were leasing out our property, we weren't doing it in a way that, in my mind, was a fiduciary manner in order to protect the city assets in terms of getting fair market value on some of the properties that we were leasing. And again, that's something that they've been charged. So they're in the process right now of getting all of our leases organized, under control, so that we can bring those to the commission when they're up and when changes need to be made, making sure that we're collecting our rents, which we weren't doing before. And to Commissioner Ariola's point, they're not replacing the function of departments doing capital work. They're monitoring the capital work on my behalf to make sure that the projects are moving along and that that they're being met. So, for example, if Public Works has stormwater projects, ultimately I will be looking to CAPERS to tell me, are those projects, moving along? Do we have, issues that we need to address, overruns and things along that line? They're not on the capital project side. That's the third piece. And Commissioner Simmons, you probably saw an example. They're coordinating with us the work that's outside of the GCRA in terms of the economic development piece of 39th and Waldo in our discussions with the county and the airport as we're moving along with that. So they're just standing up, trying to get all the pieces together so that we can come back to the commission and do some more coordinated planning. For example, right now, I will tell you that at least from what I've learned, the commission does not play an active role in setting the criteria for scoring capital projects that we're going to be undertaking. I want to bring to the commission a scoring matrix and ask you to weight what those scores should be so that we can put projects in dollars based upon what the commission's priorities are, and not necessarily just what the staff is recommending without making sure it's aligned with your desires. So CAPERS will be doing that function and bringing that to the commission in the future. So they're just getting stood up on there. Mr. Bredfeld can certainly be a little bit more elaborate. They did take a lot of time out to work on the GNV Cares for Business side. So that happened just as they were standing up, and that took a lot of effort as well. So Mr. Bredfeld, Eric, any further comments?
Yeah, I mean, commissioners, Mr. Mayor and commissioners, I would want to reiterate the Gainesville Cares for Business program. The commission had supported that effort, and myself, a few others on a team, and Mr. Hoffman had basically administered that side of the program to about 105. I think when we're all said and done, about 105 local businesses that relief funds went out to, and we're just kind of wrapping that up right now. The other couple of things, you had also given direction on downtown strategic master plan. That's another procurement that we've done in the last several months. You recently approved the consultant on that, and we're just about under contract with them. So they will be moving forward with their work with and alongside the work that's going on the comprehensive plan. I know that Commissioner Simmons is aware that we had done some disposition of land in the airport industrial park, and we had a development of a new FedEx facility out there that opened about a month and a half ago, 45,000 state-of-the-art facility that's employing more folks in our community now. And so those are just some of the other things that we've been doing. We also have some outstanding contracts with Double Envelope that the commission has approved before for East Gainesville retention of a company, Phalanx as well. And, we're doing some partnership work with the airport as well. So just a couple other things that we're moving forward on.
Well, one of the concerns that I have, and I just want to be clear, is that and this department. Some of the concerns that I heard Commissioner Ariola state is that, and I totally agree, is in the past, as a commission, I think that we had our pulse on some of the activity that was taking place, some of the potential development, some of the things that we felt was a great addition to the community. We just had that our hand on the pulse. And right now, what I'm seeing happening, and I know it's a process, and the city manager has all discretion to create his department in the way that he sees fit. But when we talk about dollars, our taxpayer dollars, specifically when we're looking in the CRA district with these various programs and projects, I want to make sure that this commission has complete and utter transparent, that programs and projects are brought to this commission, that the GCRA board, if there's projects in that area, if money's would be utilized in that area, that CAPER's department have contact and have a conversation with the advisory board. The advisory board was put in place for a reason. The community relies on the advisory board. Their input is a goal between the community and the commission. And I just want to make sure that we don't lose sight of that. And I understand that this department is a department that oversees the whole community and its development. But as it really focuses on, in my particular district, District 1, where the GCRA is prevalent, I want to make sure that we have a pulse on whatever projects are coming to the play. We have complete transparency in whatever Colliers is trying to do in my district. And I just want to make sure that this particular department that's being created is sustainable and is maximized to the best positive way that it can be intended, if that's the intent of the department, of why it was created. I know, city manager, you talk about leases, you talk about rents, and I can only imagine how many leases do the city have. You know, I don't think it's that many. And so for a department to come together and focus on lease and rent, and I may be wrong, but I don't think we have that many renters. So I just want to make sure that whatever this department intent is that the commission is made full aware of what's going on and made sure that we have a pulse on what's taking place. That's my comments, Mayor, and I just want to make sure that we're in a know.
Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. We're using different terminology, and I would like to get some clarification about, I hear the city manager calling it an office, and I hear many of us calling it a department. So I'd like to get an understanding of what the difference is between an office and a department, and what it actually is.
So thank you, Commissioner. So when I first got here, everything was a department. We had more departments. We had departments of 2 people that were housed in departments of bigger. And candidly, that was the first time that I've ever seen departments inside of departments on there. And so one of the things I did in the reorganization is I've moved people from that were in relatively small operations, 3, 5, 1 person shops, into what I call offices, and assign them to either myself or to an assistant city manager for the administration. So for example, we used to have a Department of Intergovernmental Affairs, the Department of 1, that's now an office. We had a Strategic Initiatives, which was a department which had 6 people, that's now an office. And since we had this is an office that we created, which has 3 people in it. And again, to me, departments are much larger. Police department, fire department, public works department, finance department, the traditional activities of local government that are large. So that's the difference. It's a nomenclature issue. And there, Eric was an economic development department of one, which was housed inside then the Department of Doing, which is now the Sustainable Development Department. Code enforcement was a department that was housed within the housing and community development, though it reported to an ACM on there. And so again, now it's a division within the Sustainable Development Department. So my effort was to have departments be large, offices be small, divisions to be incorporated within departments where there was some commonality in terms of mission.
So the CAPER is under, you said Phil Mann?
It was under Dan Hoffman, now Phil Mann, who's acting as ACM.
Okay, and we have, the reason why I'm asking these questions is because I also want to be aware of our competitive process for hiring and wanting to make sure that it feels like people have been appointed, like departments have been made bigger. There's a department head that has probably always been the department head, and then people have been appointed to certain certain posts. So do you feel confident in the way that the process has gone with appointing people versus, I don't actually know what you did to appoint people and or hire them into the now smaller offices?
So we didn't change personnel on there. We just changed organizational structure.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, communication picked up the engagement piece, and now there's communications and engagement. Shelby Taylor was the head of that operation. It was previously called a department. Now it's the Office of Communication and Engagement. Her responsibilities only changed because now she oversees the engagement piece, which was a one community builder operation in terms of Ann Wolf. So Ann moved from strategic initiatives to communications when it became communications and engagement. So people didn't get promoted or they got reassigned. CAPER, which is the one we're talking about, Eric Redfeld, who was a director, remains a director. Now he's the director of this office. Kara Breckens, who was our land rights coordinator in Public Works, is doing the same role that she was doing, but now it reports to Eric instead of to Phil Mann when he was Public Works Director. Sarit Sila, who's the third person in this office, was always attached to the city manager's office as a city architect, and she remains in that role, but is now working with Eric in this three-person office.
Okay.
So I can give, I mean, I can spend 20 minutes going over the other changes. We had a fleet department that is now part of transportation and mobility. So Melissa McCready oversees fleet, which is now a division within transportation mobility, just like RTS is a division with transportation and mobility.
Okay, thanks. I also want to find out, in the memo that you gave us, it mentions the Power District and 8th and Waldo. Are there any other projects that were part of the CRA that now CAPER is going to be responsible outside of 8th and Waldo and the Power District?
8th and Waldo, great example, Commissioner, a project that had a home. So the GCRA had a piece of 8th and Waldo, because DRA boundaries not go with the whole property. So the MLK Center, for example, and the swimming pool, which is integral to whatever we do on Nathan Waldo, and that piece is outside of the CRA. And Wild Spaces, Public Places had some money, but they're limited on what they can spend their dollars on. So one of the reasons why Caper is now doing it is so that we can have an interdepartmental plan on that corridor. So transportation and mobility needs to be involved because it affects roadways and there are main liaison with the TPO. GCRA is there because it's an economic development and community development piece. Wild Spaces will be there because it will have some sort of recreational amenity to it. Strategic Initiatives is there because they're heading up our food security, food desert elimination program, and we think Ethan Waldo is going to have a piece of or be instrumental in assisting in that. And so there are a lot of different departments that all have a role in Nathan Waldo. And so in order to make sure that it was coordinated, and from past experience, our city architect was instrumental in starting to try to facilitate what that plan is. And since she's in Caper, that's why we put Ethan Waldo there. And as I told the commission, because no one department can own this, our office, the city manager's office, which Caper is part of, will be the owner of the Ethan Waldo project to get this thing moving and along. With regard to the power district, still, that's going to be a economic development project that the GCRA is going to need to do. However, as you know, we just hired a real estate broker to help us market that. And because the real estate broker's activities are being coordinated, not directed, but coordinated with through the office of Caper, okay, it will be Caper's responsibility to work with GCRA and other departments and other charters, including GRU, which has land within the power district, to make sure that we are coordinating our effort as we move forward to advance the plan and seek a developer for the properties that are there. So what we're trying to do is take stuff that crosses departmental boundaries and provide some coordination to those projects. So they are not the entity that directs on there. To some degree, you can look at them as an extension of me, and that they are assuming the role of helping coordinate the activities among departments. So they're not taking away from departments.
Is there anything that's in the CRA plan or the GCRA plan right now outside of Ethan Waldo and the power district that you envision Caper being instrumental in moving forward?
I'd have to go back and look at the GCRA plan, but those are the two that come to mind that are.
I can give if I could, I can give an example of one that is fairly well outside of the downtown or the GCRA area, and one that we've been just talking to GFR about, and that is a more permanent location out in Southwest Gainesville for their facilities out there. So we've just started that conversation with GFR and with Kyers to start, potentially looking at some sites basically where that could occur.
Okay. Thanks for that information. The reason why I ask is I'm in agreement with a lot of what Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Ariola mentioned about any projects that were part of under the umbrella of the CRA and transparency when it comes to those. So I'm also of the same mind that I would like to see the decisions be brought to the CRA as well, in addition to the commission. So my interest is the other projects outside of what you've mentioned being a part of the decision-making process of the board.
Okay, thank you,
Well,
Commissioner. I think, Mr. Feldman, that has been the intent all along, that if anything takes place inside the GCRA boundary, that will come before the GCRA board for discussion and direction to the commission, regardless of whether the piece of it is being shepherded through by CAPER or Public Works or a public-private partnership. And I just think we need to very clearly understand that if it's a GCRA project within that boundary, it's going to come back to the GCRA. It might initiate with the GCRA, then come back, and then it'll come to the commission. Is that correct?
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to look for the GCRA to provide input to the city commission.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on CAPER? Okay, appreciate the update. Thank you, Mr. Bredfeld and Mr. Feldman for that. Mr. Feldman, it's hard to believe that you've been here about a year. It seems like 20, just based on what we've been through. But I think that you were pretty clear coming in after you got a walk around the ship, if you will, that there were a lot of things that needed to be sort of reorganized to be more efficient. And efficiency is not always the goal. It's important, but it's also just to be able to get the work done that the commission has prioritized. And I think, I don't know that any of us believe that the way the organization was designed, prior to that, would be able to, really move these very, very complex and difficult issues that the commission elevated to highest priority and top priorities through our planning process would have gotten them. Maybe a couple of them would, but I don't think that we're in the business of hoping a couple get done. We want them all to move forward. So I think it's helpful to us to understand how you're going to do that, and these discussions do have a value in that, we understand the kind of operationalization of what our policy goals are. And I think it's a valuable thing for any of us when we have our one-on-ones or one-on-sixes with the charters, to ask them to be prepared to update us on where some of these things are that are of particular interest or importance to us. And to be fair to them, a heads up beforehand, it would be helpful. But sometimes, and I know I'm guilty as this as anybody, you get in the middle of a conversation, all of a sudden pops into your head, and you want an update, and that's perfectly normal as well. So I'll continue trying to do that as we move these things forward. All right. No motion, so we do appreciate
Mayor, there is a caller on the line if you wanted to take it related to this item.
Oh, sure.
We have Armando Grundy Gomez, who should be on the line and available to speak. Armando, if you're there, go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, can you hear me okay? Mr. Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
So I guess some concerns that I want to bring to the attention of the commission. We met 2 weeks ago, and there's some glaring concerns that I'm having. When this board was reorganized, we as the GCRA, this was an agreement between county and city government, and I'm quite sure the manager by now, in nearly a year he's been here, has read that agreement. And we've had some interesting things transpire, and it's at the last meeting that just give me a lot of pause. Not just CAPER, but just some developments ongoing from the manager. And one is that he's having meetings with individual members and wanting to divide up the board or make the board smaller. That's a glaring concern. Second concern is when you look at CAPER as an entity, it looks harmless. It looks harmless, and we look at efficiency. I get it. But the fundamental structure of CAPER absolutely takes on duties and responsibilities that are addressing or under the guise for the CRA. And I just want to understand, and of course, there's no accountability. Eric Bredfeld, Mr. Mann, they're not going to come to us. And it just gives the appearance that there's no, when I'm hearing what appears to be integrity gymnastics and dancing around some of your questions, it gives me pause as a board member. It causes further distrust. And it's just making me not want to trust this manager. And then when we're having these discussions as a board, and then we have, one board member said, well, I met with the manager, and he said, it would be a good idea if we go to a smaller board, because we can't seem to get anything done. You all are just not, you don't have it. You're not there. And that's just concerning. And it gives me pause. And when I've never seen Mr. Bredfeld, I've never seen Mr. Mann. And when I go and ask the CRA, I go ask Ms. Bowie and other members of the CRA, and I said, have you ever talked to this CAPER? Who is this? I like to get information, and so I asked our project manager. We don't know nothing. So I guess my question is, if there's supposed to be transparency here, of course, if it's not a department, there's no accountability because it's an office. An office has no accountability. They have no reason to come before the city commission or the board of the CRA. But you know what? What we do have here is an agreement with county government, and this agreement that this commission has made with county government and the taxpayers. And we have a duty to uphold trust. We have a duty to do the right thing, especially for our urban and urban core and many areas. And you all talk about equity. There's a lot of inequities going on, and a lot of this seems to be driven by ulterior motives. And I'm sorry I have to say that, but it keeps happening continually, and it gives
That's 3
me
minutes.
concern, and they are very valid concerns.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gomez. Appreciate you calling in, and for your service on the board. Larry, do you have anybody else?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Do appreciate all that discussion and update, and we will keep an eye on its progress. So up next, I believe my agenda, I think, is in the right order. Madam Clerk, we have a status update on equitable development. Is that correct?
That's correct. We have the timeline and heritage overlay districts.
Okay, so we had a discussion, a agenda review. I'm fine. It's the will of the commission. If you want to take up the equitable development motion, the sort of big motion with all the stuff first, or the heritage overlay specifically first. On my agenda is equitable development motion. Commissioner Santos?
Yeah, I think we should take care of the start broad and then go down smaller is probably.
Yeah, I want to make sure we have plenty of time to discuss everything on there. I think we'll have time to get to both of these, but we'll see. Okay, so well, with that, let's take up status update on the equitable development motion. Okay, so we do have the table in our backup. Mr. Manager, did you want to walk us through this?
I can, and I will be brief. And just to reflect on the last comment, it's been 1 year and 1 day. So thank you for that recognition on here. So at one of your previous meetings, you had asked us to assemble the status on the 16-part motion. And we have done that based upon the specific elements of the motion as we understand them. And we've prepared a matrix for you that indicates what the motion that was passed, what the deliverables are as we understand them, the leads within our organization, the required resources that we're looking at, the steps for the implementation, and our estimated completion date based upon what we know today. So we're providing this for information at the Commission's request. I'm looking for any specific action on this unless the commission feels that we're not on the right track on a specific item, Mr. Persons, our interim director of sustainable development, is the keeper of this list, and we are working with our team on a bi-weekly basis to monitor our progress on this.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioners, if we have any comments, now would be the time. Commissioner Sacco, I see your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So I had a question about the legal assistance and the predatory practices education. Are we still, we're not even at the putting them out for request for proposal. We're still trying to develop what it is that we want.
Yes, ma'am. So the on there, and you know, two of these have been, you know, handed off to our housing and community development folks who are right now. I'll use the term stretched a little as we're trying to administer the balance of the utility assistance program that came through the federal government and the state for CARES. So all their attention has been devoted to that. So they will be working on developing that scope of work. Meanwhile, we've been trying to get proposals from some not-for-profits that we know, so that we can come back to the commission and perhaps not have to go through an RFP process to get these moving along.
Is there a reason that, because I'm looking at the note, the steps to implementation, for example, for the all in the family item, and it says there's a meeting, or was a meeting, to discuss what makes a nonprofit experience with dealing with such issues. Is there a reason we couldn't come up with the criteria on our own? Or have we at least made that criteria now?
I will defer on that one. That's an example of a program that's being coordinated through the GCRA department. And I believe they may be on. Ms. Vidalfin is participant, so she can sort of talk about where we are. But this is also one where we will be going back to the GCRA advisory board to seek their advice before we bring it back to the commission.
Commissioner, was that all?
I was hoping.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for Sarah to.
Oh, okay, okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mayor and Commissioners. So yes, Lee is correct. This is one that we will be bringing back to the advisory board first before it comes to you for review and approval. And we're in the process of putting together that criteria and working with our city attorney's office on on that criteria, as well as reaching out to the community to help develop that criteria as well.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yep, we'll be returning. Thank you.
Do you conclude, Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The questions are on kind of on the timelines for inclusionary housing program and then exclusionary zoning amendments. I understand the inclusionary housing program is a significant kind of leap, or not leap, but take some time. And you are asking for kind of authorization for the commission to waive procurement procedures. When would you want that kind of direction, Mr. Manager?
So my plan, we have a proposal that we're working through. There are certain parts of it that we can deliver earlier, especially on the exclusionary zoning piece and on the white paper for looking at tax circuit breakers on there. So we want to firm up that timeline, but I'm hoping to have that to you no later than your first meeting in December. And it would be a request to waive our procurement processes and move forward with that.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. I think it's important so we can move forward on these items. And exclusionary zone, there are, I think, a variety of different things that are easier and harder. I think some of the easier ones are like removing parking minimums. That's a relatively easy thing to change in the code and not like a massive thing. But it will have a significant impact. I think some recent studies looked at between like a 5 and 17% of the cost of a housing unit is parking, and by forcing that, we are increasing the cost of housing. And I think it's better to let kind of each development decide on what they need for it. But yeah, I hope we can break it up and move forward on portions that are easier than others, and then as we get done. But thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, I want to talk about the Community Neighborhood Narrative Program, the one that will mirror the Porter's Community Narrative Initiative Program. I'm looking at an estimated, well, first of all, let me say this, and I would like to get, I guess, a professional opinion from your planner, if he's able to tell me the narrative and the Neighborhood Bill of Rights, how is that an overlap, and how is that, in your professional opinion, pretty much the same, or two in the same, or similar? The narrative and the Bill of Rights, how is that similar? Because what I'm wanting, because the reason I'm asking this, I think that lumping the narrative with the Neighborhood Bill of Rights, it should not be lumped. The narrative is a totally separate program from the Neighborhood Bill of Rights that's already has the framework in place that has been proven, and it's lumped with the Neighborhood Bill of Rights. So I just want your professional opinion. Are they similar, and should they be lumped together?
So you're directing that to Andrew,
To you,
so I will ask
you can
Andrew
direct it to
jump in.
whomever.
That's fine. Andrew can speak to it.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Andrew Persons, Interim Director, Department of Sustainable Development. I would say that they're not the same thing. The only, I think, sort of overlap that I see is with some of the sort of ancillary discussion that the commission had about the Neighborhood Bill of Rights. Not so much the Bill of Rights portion, but the grant portion. Because the commission had discussions about about what a sort of reconstituted neighborhood grant would look like, and I see that as being similar in that one of the things I think that we talked about a little bit with the neighborhood narrative is A, the need for some resources, and B, I think that narrative effort would have not only the sort of the history, discussion of like the neighborhood characteristics, but also there'd be some sort of vision and plan for the neighborhood that could be implemented with a grant program. So I agree with Commissioner Simmons that they're not the same thing, but I think where there's some opportunity for those things to link is really kind of in the outcomes of the narrative, as being some of the outcomes may be a plan of action for things that the neighborhood has identified with that narrative, and then tagging that plan of action with some resources in form of a grant or another type of formal program.
Looking at, I think we're going backwards. So let's start over, and let's look at this. The Community Neighborhood Narrative Program, we passed the motion to create a neighborhood narrative program to be housed. I don't know if that was in the motion, but the intent was to house this in the housing department, which already has an existing program coordinator in this department. The framework has already been created. I think you all have been contacted from professionals to help you set this up and to look at implementing this program and start targeting certain neighborhoods to start the implementation of this program. What I'm looking at is first quarter of 21 as a proposal to come back to the city commission with a proposal of I'm assuming a draft or an update. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but the whole purpose of the narrative is to get in the beginning stages of potential development. The whole purpose of the narrative is to get into these neighborhoods, have communication with the residents in the community, and to tell their story. And so I don't see how, and Andrew just pretty much confirmed, how this has anything to do with the Neighborhood Bill of Rights other than resource purposes, looking at ways to fund it. And I think that's ridiculous to lump something as important as this, that's something that has been proven, something that has been nationally recognized, and to lump it in a category with this just because of a funding resource issue or non-issue. I think that's real sloppy work. I think that's not really trying to focus on what needs to be done, and I think it's a cop-out. I really do.
So, Commissioner, we will break it out and have it at Neighborhood Bill Rights as a separate item.
I would appreciate that. And I would also like to see an update on how or when the narrative, when you break it up, the narrative, a timeline to implement this, to get this program started. I thought that this was to coincide with the Land Development Code. That's what I thought, that this was to go with that. So do I need to make a motion, Mayor?
I think there will be a motion, and I've written down
Okay.
what you said, so we'll make sure that gets.
Thank you.
Commissioner Johnson.
If this question has been answered already. I wanted to get an understanding of the waiving the procurement process to quickly retain a consultant, what exactly that means.
So Commissioner, we have received a proposal from the folks that are doing our comprehensive land, our comprehensive plan work, HR&A, to assist us in doing the inclusionary zoning and exclusionary zoning work, because I don't have enough staff to do it all, and we recognize the time. So under your procurement rule, you can waive the procurement process, which means that we don't have to write an RFP, go out, solicit, rank, bring back, and negotiate with a company. So we're just, because we recognize that this is something you want to do sooner than later, we're going to bring back a proposal and recommend that you waive your process. Certainly, you don't have to do that.
And Commissioner, I think when you were out, he said that he expects that to be on our agenda for our consideration the first meeting in December.
The first meeting in December,
whether we want to waive
whether or not we want to waive.
Right.
Okay. So in that first meeting in December, we're going to have an idea. Actually, you probably know right now, Manager Feldman, how much more is being added to the contract to do the inclusionary housing and exclusionary housing?
Andrew can correct me, but I believe the proposal as I've seen it today is about $180,000.
Yeah, that's correct. That's the proposal that we received from HRNA.
Okay. Not okay, but I hear you. So,
Okay. So my biggest concern, looking at all this and how it's moving forward, was the inclusionary and exclusionary zoning as well. I absolutely want to try to get to some meaningful work on that before end of the fiscal year. So I think we'll have a more in-depth discussion about that in a month. But you know, I will say that my conversations with HRNA so far have been phenomenal. And you know, I'm not saying I've made a final decision about what I would do in a month, but I am so excited about what they're going to be able to provide for us through our comp plan update, and I do feel like this folds into it well. The other, I just wanted to throw this out there for Commissioner Simmons. I completely concur with your observation. Where I do see some overlap is with the neighborhood narrative and the next item on our agenda, the heritage overlay. Because to me, it seems like if we're going to move forward with a heritage overlay designation, then in order to do that effectively, having those conversations and developing that neighborhood narrative first will help the neighborhood put some formalization around what would be included in a heritage overlay district. So I think those two things moving forward, kind of on a parallel track, or not even parallel, but just doing the outreach together and helping. You know, it's one thing to develop a narrative, but I think then giving the neighborhoods that agency to say, once you've decided this, then there can be something long-term that's going to help protect your neighborhood and preserve what makes it special through this overlay process. So I mean, I think that's something I would like to explore, and if we're going to move forward with the motion, getting some staff feedback on what that would look like, especially in the outreach portion of that process, I think would be helpful. I also want to, kind of bring up where the discussion left off 3 weeks ago with the moratorium. There was no action taken, no motion taken, but was pretty clearly the direction of the majority of the body that there was not a finding of fact and was not interested in moving forward with a moratorium at this point. I think it's important for us to determine that for our staff's sake. Certainly, we don't want them working on something that is not, has not been directed by the full commission or isn't the desire of the full commission. So, what I've heard so far is decoupling the neighborhood narrative item with the neighborhood Bill of Rights. If there's concurrence, Commissioner Simmons, with looking at how the neighborhood narrative outreach and engagement process can help with the heritage overlay item, then we explore that, and then also directing staff to not pursue drafting of an ordinance for a moratorium based on our conversation on October 15th. Is there anything else anybody wanted to bring up that would be part of a motion? I know there were some interrogatives, but Commissioner Johnson?
I would love an update on what's going on with the neighborhood Bill of Rights.
An update?
Mm-hmm.
Sure. Do we have somebody from staff that can update us on neighborhood Bill of Rights?
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt Commissioner Johnson.
We had a pretty extensive directive on the neighborhood Bill of Rights about a year ago?
You had one, and I'm just trying to get my note on it, Commissioner, but it was back from March 12th of this year, right before COVID, and I will certainly take the hit on not moving it forward, but I've directed our staff
Well,
to
sometimes a few months feels
take
like
that
a
at
year,
this
Lee.
point. I'm sorry?
Sometimes a few months feels like a year these days.
Yes, I know. There were 6 parts to your motion at the March 12th GPC meeting, which was really our last meeting before we hit with the COVID. So I'm taking that. We will be adding it to this list as an item.
Can I also, thank you for that. Can I also get an understanding of what parts of this overlap or fit into the work that we're doing with the comp plan outside of inclusionary housing program and exclusionary zoning amendments? Do you see any of this work being done? Because I know that part of what's going to happen is that the consultants are going to come back to us with recommendations. And I feel like a lot of this probably is some of what they would have come back to us with. So can you tell me how this fits in with or overlaps with the comprehensive plan?
Well, I'll defer to Andrew on it, but I will say that there is some overlap. The feedback we heard from the commission was you didn't want to wait till the comprehensive plan was completed, and that's a 18-month to 24-month process. So, but there is some overlap, and Andrew can be a little bit more specific.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins?
Yeah, I mean, I think Mr. Mayor, the timing, I think, with the comprehensive plan and then this list, I think is, I don't know, is well coordinated. I don't think under a normal sort of circumstance that if we didn't have the list that we're looking at right now, that one of the sort of work products from a typical comprehensive plan consultant would be like, here's a list of of programmatic things for you guys to do. That's not necessarily something that I would expect out of it, but I think having this list, which I do believe is like I said, really well timed with the comp plan, that we can then have policies that are supportive of these programs or these ideas that we're talking about. And the consultant, obviously we're sharing all of this information with them as we go along, because they need to be aware of it, obviously. But with their expertise, they may be able to make recommendations through the comp plan process about ways to strengthen these or additional sort of ideas that we can incorporate into this work. I think honestly, one of the things that was potentially exciting for us was the potential for HRNA to help with some of these items on the list, because obviously something like the inclusionary zoning or the exclusionary piece or some of the other things are going to be well beyond the scope of the comprehensive plan and are going to get into actual land development regulations and things. And that is not what HRNA is contracted to do currently with the city. It's just to do the comprehensive plan, to do the visioning and everything that's related to that. But a lot of what's on the list goes beyond that. And I think that's where there's a desire to bring in some additional expertise to help sort of land those items that the commission wants to move forward on.
And Commissioner, this might not be an exhaustive list, but I'm just looking at where I can see connections. I think short-term rental, certainly community land trust. I think certainly the neighborhood compatibility measures. Certainly, I think all those are things that not only could, but would probably be best served to be written into formal policies in the land development code. There might be others, but just kind of looking, I can see really a direct link with those, as well as the inclusionary, exclusionary. So, I mean, those are some of the bigger lifts too. You conclude? You good? Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just wanted to for you to tell me what you wrote down because you were looking for a motion.
So there's three things I see as potential part of the motion so far. Making the neighborhood narrative part of neighborhood development and separate from the Bill of Rights. Looking for a connection between the neighborhood narrative and the heritage overlay process, and then giving direction to staff on whether to pursue drafting an ordinance for a moratorium.
Draft an ordinance for a moratorium?
Yeah, whether or not we want staff to draft an ordinance for a moratorium. We had that discussion 3 weeks ago, but we didn't take any formal action, so I just think they need to know whether we expect them to do that still or not.
So are you looking for a motion?
I am.
Okay, yeah, I moved to do exactly what you just said.
Okay. Seconded by Hayes Santos. So the motion is, the first two deal with the neighborhood narrative, clarifying that it will be housed with neighborhood development and decoupled from the Neighborhood Bill of Rights. The second is to look for opportunities to develop it along with the heritage overlay item, which again, we're going to talk about next. And then directing staff to not to draft an ordinance pursuing a moratorium, building moratorium. Okay, so that was Commissioner Simmons' motion, seconded by Commissioner Hayes Santos. Commissioner Ariola.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to ask that we split the motion.
Absolutely. Just the last part or all three?
The last part.
Okay. So Larry, I'll turn it over to you. Any members of the public wish to comment on the motion?
Yes, sir. We have three folks on the line at this time, so we'll take them in the order they called in. We'll start with Tana Silva, and Tana is going to be followed by Michael Hill and then Nathan Scott. So we'll go to Tana Silva first. Tana, if you can mute your television or web stream, that'd be great.
That was Commissioner Simmons' motion, seconded by
Tana, we aren't able to hear you. If you can mute your TV or web stream, that would be great, and then you're on the air live.
Thank you. People are saying loud and clear that we value our neighborhoods and want protection from wanton development, demolition, and displacement. With regard to a pet narrative, it needs a fact finding of its own. One, there's no such thing as inclusionary or exclusionary zoning. The zoning district rules apply east, west, north, south, rich, poor, and in between. Two, density bonuses are moot since 4 votes on this commission outlawed single-family zoning last month by allowing 3 units, 3 stories tall on any residential property in the city for no public benefit and no affordability criteria. And unlike duplexes and lot splits, ADUs don't expand homeownership. They remain rentals unless they are legally structured as condominiums. 3, the 2017 transect zones allow densities, housing types, and commercial uses to last for decades to come with staff approval. But upzoning distorts property values. It's cheaper to buy up Porter's, Fifth Avenue, Pleasant Street, get rid of people, titles, buildings, and trees, and cram expensive new units right up to the lot line. That's happening now, sometimes crossing ethical bounds. What's proposed would further deregulate development in our neighborhoods. 4, the rhetoric doesn't match the reality. The city is spending millions on Heartwood single-family suburban HOA of $250,000 homes. It's fighting tooth and nail for Seminary Lane luxury student apartment developers. It's buying property in Duval but looking to sell at market rate in high opportunity neighborhoods. It's spending unaccountably on consultants, admin, and UF projects while limiting vital, meaningful public input. GCRA and Historic Preservation Board members, others throughout the city, and even some of you have expressed frustration. Yet we hear from elected representatives that we hate change, we need to be educated, and someone's pet idea is not in our vernacular. The past 5 years have brought a top-heavy, top-down government that concentrates decisions and power. Government, accountability, and transparency are a discussion the city needs to undertake to ensure that government is by and for the people, not by and for big interests. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Hill, and Michael will be followed by Nathan Scott. Michael?
Hi, yes. Okay. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
You guys can hear me, right? Okay. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure because, we got technical difficulties. So I wanted to call today to address the commission on these issues of heritage overlay. So, we've seen this before time and time again, and we've been talking about it for a very long time. So I wanted here today to ask the commission this. When making your decisions on what board or what committee should basically, have jurisdiction over these heritage overlays, I personally think that the Historic Preservation Board should be the one that is in charge of the heritage overlay. And that is simply because it is a heritage overlay to protect underrepresented Black neighborhoods that have historical significance, like the Fifth Ave neighborhood as a prime example of this. I think, these neighborhoods hold a lot of culture. They hold a lot of what Gainesville is, and they hold a lot of historical resources. And, if we are not careful, we will lose them all. And, nobody wants to know about this. Nobody wants to see the city like this, letting this happen. And so that's why I wanted to come speak today and just ask the commission and the mayor, please, in making your decisions, if it comes to heritage overlay in regards to certain kinds of work orders or developments, I think you should leave it up to the Historic Preservation Board. Thank you.
And our last caller for the moment is Nathan Scott on this item. Nathan?
Yes, thank you, Larry. Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So first I want to echo enthusiastically the comments made by Ms. Solar. Again, I don't think I could have said it any better. And, you really should listen to some of what your constituents are saying, because the city commission as a whole, including the mayor, is so out of touch with the concerns being expressed by taxpayers who have to fund this cadre of never-ending consultants. I'm just dismayed during this meeting that you're seriously talking about hiring yet another consultant. Every meeting, commissioners, every city commission meeting, you're spending more money that you don't have, and you're hiring yet another consultant. I mean, it seems that city staff is not capable of doing anything on their own without having to hire another consultant, and that falls squarely on the city manager. If you don't have the talent, maybe you need to get rid of some people, some of the deadwood, and upgrade your talent, because certainly you're creating all these new positions with fancy titles, paying them all kinds of money, but no one can seem to do anything without a consultant. They can't even ask a sister city to get a Word document to emulate a proposal or RFP. I mean, we need people that can think outside the box and do their job, not just people that have to rely on a consultant to tell them everything. And so that's my concern. I am very much in support of our historic neighborhoods, maintaining the character of those neighborhoods, and preventing gentrification of those neighborhoods, which the city, one political faction has ruled the city commission for over 20 years. And now we have these problems, whether it be homelessness, panhandlers, gentrification, high utility rates. It all falls squarely on the shoulders of the Gainesville City Commission. Mayor Poe, you've been there the longest. I mean, you got to own some of this. But there's no willingness in the City Commission to take any responsibility whatsoever. There's no willingness of the City Commission to live within its means with other hardworking Gainesville families that are struggling to make ends meet during a pandemic and a recession, and to pay their excessive GRU electric rates. You guys don't seem to care about that because you're too busy virtue signaling. But bottom line, guys, you're spending money you don't have. You got to stop hiring a consultant at every meeting. And Mr. Feldman, I'd like to hear from you on that, because I think it's egregious that the city can't do anything without hiring a consultant. In every single meeting, you're hiring yet another consultant. And that's just outlandish, it's excessive, and it's ridiculous. It's not good governance. Thank you.
Mayor, those are all the speakers we have on this item.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate y'all calling in. I think the city manager answered the question in the course of his comments, which is our city staff have responsibilities that they are obligated to perform day in and day out. And so anything that we add on top of that is outside their scope of work. There's only so many hours in the day. And there's only so much that a single person can do. And when most of their job is occupied taking care of the daily operational needs of the community, then anything we put on top of that has to be done. And so that either means not doing work that is currently obligated and that they're responsible for, or bringing in somebody with experience and expertise that can help us with the high-level policy decisions, so our staff can continue doing their daily work that our neighbors expect of them. And so I know it's a popular talking point, but there's a real reason for it, and we wouldn't do it if there wasn't a value in it. Back to you, Commissioner Simmons. I'm sorry, Commissioner Johnson. I've got the numbers all wrong in my head. You'll always be number 3 to me. Commissioner Johnson, go ahead.
Thanks. I wanted to find out where historic preservation and some of the discussions that we had with the HPB board fall into our equitable development referrals. That would be for the city manager.
So, Commissioner, I would put that back and ask the mayor and commission, what involvement would you like these to be? These assignments here are staff assignments. They're not referrals to boards. So if the commission would like any of these items to be specifically referred to a board, we'll be happy to bring it to that board. But we were going right between the commission and staff on these, with a few exceptions of the GCRA, where we'd be seeking GCRA special revenue funds to fund the project.
I will be a little bit more clear in my question. At the last HPB and City Commission meeting, we asked that the recommendations that will come from the Historic Preservation Board at their forthcoming meetings be woven into the equitable development referrals and discussions. So I'd like to know how that's going to happen.
Oh, I understand.
So, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mayor.
No, that was me. I understand what the question is now. I didn't before, but yeah, we asked for where the historic preservation kind of policy topics we talked about fit into I didn't bring my big laminated thing out, but where it fit into our top priorities and high priorities, including equitable development. So, and your question is, when are we going to find out where those connections are?
That, and also we tasked the board to come up with some short-term solutions that wouldn't involve hiring a historic preservation planner, and to come back to us with some of those recommendations, so that we can then discuss it and move forward. So I'd like to find out how that fits into the timeline of the equitable development referrals.
Yeah, so the board, I don't think has met since we last met. So that's going to have to be on their timeline and up to their chair when they schedule those discussions. I guess what we can do, Mr. Manager, is ask for an update to be sent to the commission, kind of like TJ does for the school board, if he could update us on the historic plan board and what they discussed and what they voted to move forward, so we can keep track of that. Then the other, I think, obviously needs some staff assistance. And so how do you envision staff working with the Historic Preservation Board to find those areas of overlap with equitable development?
So certainly we can take this motion to and share it with the Historic Preservation Board and see where they would like to provide input to the City Commission. I guess my question would be, do you want us to slow down our work on this to integrate Historic Preservation Board and other boards into this discussion, because we're moving at a, as fast of a pace as we can. And I need to have an understanding from the commission as to who you want us to interact with, and then we can adjust the timeframes accordingly.
I'll speak for myself. I don't have an interest in slowing the work down. I do have an interest in making sure that that whatever policy points come from the historic preservation make it into the equitable development discussion and the timeline.
So I think I think what we need to do, Commissioner, is just make it very explicit in this motion. We add it to the motion to refer to the Historic Preservation Board. Ask them to, as soon as they can agenda it, have a discussion on their board what they see as fitting into our priority of equitable development from that conversation we had last week, and then they can report back to us.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I feel like that's what they're planning on doing, but I think if it's an explicit request from us,
right,
then there's a record of it. We can track it. So, maker of the motion, are you okay adding that referral to the Historic Preservation Board?
Can I have another quick question?
Yep.
Are the RFPs coming back to us for the predatory practices, legal assistance, and community interest?
Did you hear that, Manager?
Mayor,
Are the RFPs coming back to us?
No. Yeah, I could not hear any of that.
Are the RFPs coming back to us that are on that diagram? There's several RFPs that are going out for bid. Are these going to come back to us, was the question.
We were not intending it. We don't traditionally bring RFPs to the commission to move forward. We draft them, we put them out on the street, and depending on what the financial cost is, we make the award or we bring it back to the commission.
I think that we should be having a discussion amongst the commission about the scope of some of the points in the RFP for especially the community land trust. The predatory practices and legal instances are pretty straightforward, but I think that what we want to see from a community land trust and what kind of group, I think that it's important to have a discussion about that. So I'd like to see that come back to us.
Can we, I think you're pretty far in developing that. Can we put that on our next agenda or at least our December agenda? Just the scope of the RFP?
I would ask that maybe, yeah, it may be December or January. I'm not sure we're as far as long as.
But not the RFP, the scope of the RFP. So yeah, if you can put that on our agenda as soon as you're ready for us to have a discussion on the scope, not the actual RFP, but the scope, what will be included, right?
Right,
So
correct.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna add that. Okay, thank you. And it was just the community land trust one, right? Not the other two?
I think those are the only three, so yes.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to recap. I think validating that the neighborhood narrative program is part of neighborhood development. The neighborhood narrative program be considered as part of a heritage overlay process. Voting to direct staff to not move forward in the drafting of an ordinance for a moratorium. The referral request to the Historic Preservation Board, and putting the scope of the Community Land Trust RFP on a City Commission agenda as soon as it is ready for discussion. I will break out the moratorium piece. Are there any other pieces anybody wants me to split out? Okay, so let's go ahead and do that first, the moratorium piece. So all in favor of that signify, again, we are directing staff to not move forward with an ordinance. All in favor of that signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, that's 5-2. All opposed, nay? Nay. Okay, that's 5, sorry. Didn't mean to, I'm really trying to get my sea legs back here. Okay, so that passes 5-2 with Areola and Johnson in dissent. Okay, then the next is for the balance of the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Okay, very good. So up next, Madam Clerk.
Okay, I believe we're jumping to BD6 now. This is the Equitable Development Update Timeline and Heritage Overlay Districts.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Manager?
So I'm going to let Mr. Prince sort of run with this one, but as you from the last item, this is one of the equitable development items that were part of the motion, and we have been working on this. We have a draft concept that the commission is fine with it, then we will take to the plan board, and then that will come back to the commission as an ordinance. So Andrew could walk you through the components of that if you'd like.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Philbin, just so you know, we're having a little trouble with your audio. It's sort of gravelly or cutting in and out slightly. I don't know if there's something over your microphone or it's just bad connection.
Yeah, I think we have a bad connection.
Okay,
right
just
now.
want to let you know. Okay, Mr. Persons.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I had a couple of points I wanted to make, and Yvette Thomas in my office is on the line as well, and can bring up the draft language if there's a desire to go line by line. But just to remind the commission, we have in our land development code currently a heritage overlay district. It's a set of regulations. It also includes a heritage overlay district board that is described in code, but obviously does not exist. The overlay was written into code probably back in the early 2000s, mid 2000s or so. It hasn't been used. There are a number of things that in the implementing ordinance that I think limit the ability of the overlay district to be used in the way that I think we as staff have heard the commission describe. One example is the current ordinance restricts the application of the heritage overlay to certain single family zoning districts. And I think there's been discussion about an interest in being able to look at this as a tool in districts or in neighborhoods that aren't all exclusively single family, or some that aren't single family at all. And so what's before you, I think, is both a set of regulations and some revisions that we believe as staff will help move the needle forward and set the commission up for doing additional heritage overlay designations for some of the neighborhoods that we've identified. There are a couple of questions, and I think they're included in the agenda item that since we have this opportunity to be before you before this would go through the normal legislative process to the plan board, that we were hoping to get some commission input in and perhaps some direction. That list is in the backup, as I mentioned. I'm happy to kind of go number by number if that helps, or however you think it's going to be helpful for us to facilitate the conversation.
So thank you. So this is the list of like building height, individual square footage.
That's one of the things. So the questions that we're asking is sort of, I guess, to start with, the way that the ordinance is currently drafted, it only contemplates applications being made by neighborhoods to the city. And that's a full application, meaning that a neighborhood would develop a set of guidelines, get all the necessary signatures, make an application fee that's the same as a rezoning application, which is upwards of $3,000 to $4,000, and basically submit like a complete package to the city for our review and for it to go through the review process. What we've heard with some of our conversations is that there's a desire from the commission for the city to be more at the forefront of that, and actually have the city commission be able to tell staff, hey, staff, go and work with this neighborhood and develop a heritage overlay application and then bring that through the process. In that case, like where our thinking is that we wouldn't charge the fee, it would be more of a partnership between city staff and the neighborhood as opposed to the way it's conceived now, which is essentially totally neighborhood driven. So that's one thing that we want to confirm with the commission, and also to get some input on how the commission would like to go about actually identifying those neighborhoods that that there's interest in, maybe at the neighborhood level, or that there's interest at the commission level about doing designation. The second is the question about the board. And I think one of the earlier callers, Michael Hill, had mentioned, as I mentioned, there's a heritage overlay board that's identified in code. It's not stood up. It's never been constituted. That is one option for the commission to hear, to have work items heard once a district is applied. We also have, obviously, the Historic Preservation Board. We have the Development Review Board. So there are a couple of other options if the commission didn't want to create a new board to hear these. So that's a fairly major question that we wanted to get commission input on. We wanted input on the regulated work items that are on page 3 of the draft. If there's any input on those, confirmation that the commission is good with the name. And then some confirmation that the commission is comfortable with the idea of having an eligibility map, and that's also part of the backup. So those are the main points that I think from staff's perspective we'd like commission deliberation and discussion on. And as the manager indicated, this is going to come back before you, so there's still opportunity to make changes, even if all of the T's and I's aren't crossed tonight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Person. So just to summarize, one point of deliberation is whether changing the application process from really a neighborhood-initiated process to where the city commission could initiate it, and then staff would work with the neighborhood to develop it, and the fee would be waived. The second would be whether there would be an entirely new board that would oversee this, or whether we want to fold it into historic preservation. Do we agree with the regulated items on page 3? For the public, that'd be like building heights, square footage, building height to width ratio, orientation, fences, things like that. And then finally, the eligibility map. Okay, so let's go to the commission. First, we have Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, staff, for bringing this forward. My first question was about the map. And I'm a little confused about how the map works. I'm a lot confused about it. Is this to be considered as one district, or is this the neighborhoods within this would then become eligible to have their own districts?
Correct. Okay. That is one thing I think maybe has gotten a little bit lost in all the conversations. So there's the implementing ordinance, which is what we're looking at today. That's the basic regulations that set up the ability for a neighborhood to be designated with a separate ordinance that would have the neighborhood specific to with all those. And that list of potentially regulated items, that's a list that would be, not every individual designation may have all of those things, or it may have 2 of those things. But that the implementing ordinance sets it's got to be, this list, nothing more, but it could be less.
So what we're saying is, if we accepted this map, we would be saying that neighborhoods named on this map could apply to have the heritage overlay for their neighborhood.
Correct.
But not for neighborhoods outside this map. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I absolutely wanted to, they're very different neighborhoods, particularly in style of construction and architecture. So that helps me. I might like to see it bigger than this. More opportunities throughout the city because there are other neighborhoods that might be interested. Maybe not, I don't know. I like the idea of the commission being able to bring it forward, the city being able to bring it forward to remove the fee, as well as I think that there's good opportunity for commissioners to strategically say this neighborhood makes sense, but I would like the neighborhood to have some participation in that as well. I don't want us to just say, neighborhood, we think this is good for you. I think it should be a parallel process and a working with the neighborhood rather than us just saying, nope, we think you're going to do this. But and I'm not sure how to make it a dual process, a partnership, but I think it's important that we do that. So those are my comments right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have some questions. I'll start with the one related to Commissioner Ward's comments. So if the city were to be the one kind of designating the neighborhoods, would it still require that majority in order to be approved? Would it still require 50% of the homeowners approving the designation?
Yes, that's the way that that it's currently before you. But again, and that's something that I think could be a commission consideration. The 50% is pulled from the existing code, and I think because what we're really talking about are additional regulations that are not subject, to in neighborhoods that are not, currently there. So I think the desire back then when the original ordinance was done, and I think it's still a fairly valid consideration, is how much of the how much buy-in do we want from the property owners? One of the things I think that's another thing to point out is that the way that the current language is and what's there before you, that it primarily is looking at homeowner property, property that's homesteaded. So that's another sort of point in terms of like who gets to vote on application of a heritage overlay, and that again, that's another point of consideration for the commission.
So one of my concerns is I think personally that 50% would be too low a margin of 50% of a neighborhood saying we want this and then forcing the rest of the neighborhood into something they may not want. So I would like personally a higher threshold. And I think Mr. Persons brings up a good point. There may be neighborhoods where we saw a few weeks ago that home ownership may be on the rise, but it's not the norm necessarily, and there would be a lot of folks renting in there. But I think it's also important to consider that there are people who own those properties who then will be locked in. So I'm not 100% sure on if it should be if it should be homeowners or everyone currently living in those communities at the time of petition. But I definitely know that I want the threshold to be a little higher than it is proposed now. Question, would it also be possible for neighborhoods to be split up if it only requires 25 parcels and street limitations?
Yes, I think the map that it's included where we labeled the neighborhoods, that's primarily just for the commission, for orientation of sort of where neighborhoods are and what their names are. But in terms of the actual like applicability, it would be those criteria. So it's the contiguous parcels, the the number of owners signing off. That would really form the basis of a potential designation. So you could have a neighborhood, like a neighborhood, let's say like Duval, which is a large neighborhood. You could have different heritage overlays in different parts of what we would probably commonly call like the greater Duval neighborhood area.
Okay. And last one, promise. How is a heritage overlay different from a historic preservation designation?
Well, they're different in a couple of ways. I mean, if like the sort of layperson's understanding is like a heritage overlay district is sort of like a historic district light. So they may regulate certain similar things like building heights or certain sort of really forward-facing architectural pieces like windows and doors, or the massing or the rhythm of the building. But unlike a historic district, which gets into like Secretary of Interior standards, as well as some like really stylistic details, usually heritage overlays avoid that. They don't get into like is it, colonial or Mediterranean, those sort of stylistic differences. Usually a heritage overlay is sometimes used in places as either there's not the age of the buildings aren't there for a historic district, or there's not the desire in the neighborhood to go through and do an actual historic district designation. The historic district does bring some benefits that aren't enjoyed by a heritage overlay. So I think as the commission, will periodically get ad valorem tax exemptions, requests for regulated work in the historic districts. That's something that's specifically allowed for in state law as it relates to locally designated historic districts. That benefit is not available to a heritage overlay. So there are some differences, there's some pros and there's some cons, but think of the heritage overlay as sort of a more flexible version of a historic district.
Thank you, Mr. Persons.
Commissioner, see number 5, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think there could be some good places for a heritage overlay, but I do think we need to discuss some of the kind of unintended consequences that could happen. I mean, they're in essence kind of an HOA, in essence, and that's one of the things that we will be creating with these. And I know when my house is in one of the maps there, and I specifically didn't want to live in an HOA. I didn't want to have to go before a board to make any kind of changes to the exterior paint color or things like that. And I didn't buy a house inside the historic district because didn't want to have to deal with that. That's one of the things I think we have to look at. Also, it adds expense. If we're trying to create affordable housing, this does not do that. You have to go before boards, which means you have to pay for architects and engineers to go before in front of a board. It adds a significant amount of risk because you don't know actually what's going to happen. So that there's a risk there, and this will increase the cost of housing. And the data that I was kind of looking at different, mainly more in historic preservation, but in historic overlays too, that it will increase the property values in those areas usually, which will mean housing will cost more. I do think the map is too large. I think it should be pared down to really the areas that, I guess one of the things, what are we trying to do? Is what are we trying to accomplish with this? Like I think one question. But I think it's too broad, the proposed maps. And I think one of the other things too, we've talked about as long as I can remember, the commission, way before I was on, has talked about having economic development in East Gainesville. And these maps, even just having these maps out there having them along Boulder Road, having them along Hawthorne Road, and other things like that will give people pause to putting in and wanting to develop those areas. And that's one of the things that East Gainesville needs is more things there, more commercial, retail. And by having these out there, it will, I think, significantly reduce and put a damper on economic development in East Gainesville and increase the cost of creating housing. So I think we need to be careful where these are and be very, I think, surgical in where we put them. And also, I do think to Commissioner Saka's and Commissioner Ward too, is making sure the neighborhood wants it, and all the people who own property in that area have a voice. But I think we need to be careful, and I guess one of the big things, what are we trying to accomplish? And is this the best tool? There could be other tools like changing the zoning in areas, which could accomplish the exact same things that we want by just changing the zoning in an area, which would not increase the cost of housing and things like that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons, yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to just touch on several things, some comments that I've heard from some of my fellow commissioners. Some of you all were talking about the map and how the map is too broad, and that maybe the people in the neighborhood may not want to participate in a heritage overlay. They may not want to do this. How is this going to affect affordable housing? The heritage overlay is a tool in the toolbox, and how you get to the heritage overlay is by conducting a narrative. And through the narrative, that's when you will find out if the people in that neighborhood want a heritage overlay over their particular neighborhood. The heritage overlay is not a one-size-fits-all solution to every neighborhood. So you conduct the narrative first. The outcome of that narrative is what dictates if you want to have a heritage overlay over your neighborhood. I think what we should offer, in addition to a heritage overlay, like a package deal, if you complete a narrative, you do 6 months with your community, and you have a narrative, and it comes out in your particular community, you might not want a heritage overlay, but you have an option of becoming a designated whatever. You have an option of becoming a historic neighborhood. I just think it needs to be other choices in addition to heritage overlay. In conducting the Porter's narrative, this was the best fit that we saw for our community. Of course, being in a historic neighborhood is cost associated with being in a historic neighborhood. The heritage overlay is one that is not as costly as a historic neighborhood, but what it does, it gives you a certain security of a certain type of development being created around you in your particular neighborhood. When you talk about a board, you talk about a heritage overlay committee or board, which is something similar to a historic board. But I think Andrew talked about, you don't want to duplicate the services. You don't want to duplicate that. So if you look at putting this on a historic preservation board, then you have to ask yourself, we're going to have to change the whole makeup of a historic board, because I would want someone on the historic board that lives in my community that can actually say, okay, there's certain development taking place in my neighborhood, and this is the will of the people in my community. So now, because of the criteria that's currently on the Historic Preservation Board, where we talked about it, you have all this you have an architect, you have a planner, you have this and that. A planner may not live in my neighborhood. It may be Susie that work at McDonald's, live in my neighborhood. So will that disqualify her for being on the Historic Preservation Board? And so you have to look at all of that. All of that plays a part into creating this historic heritage overlay. To me, when you look at who will house this or what board to put this in, I would look at the Development Review Board, because they look at the plans. They look at what's coming down the pipeline. So if you have a certain criteria in your neighborhood and a development is taking place in your neighborhood and they're going through the development review, then the person that's on the Development Review Board can say, hey, wait a minute, that's in the heritage overlay, and this is the will of that community based on what your narrative was about. So the narrative dictates what's allowed in your neighborhood. And so, and that just goes to answer some of the questions that Harvey was asking. You would do the narrative first, because the narrative leads to what your development looks like in your community based on the consensus of people in your neighborhood. And that gives members of your community an opportunity to take part in discussion of what's best for your neighborhood. Also, you look at the map, and I discussed the map, a heritage overlay may not be what's best for every neighborhood, but I do agree with Andrew, Mr. Persons. This is just to say, okay, the heritage overlay does exist. It's in this area, it's in this community. You may choose to utilize this or not. But I do have a question. If you have Pleasant Street and Duck Pond that's currently in the historic district, you're going to be a historic district and a heritage overlay? How does that work, Mr. Persons?
I would say that in those cases, the historic district is going to apply within that. But if you think about, like, let's say Pleasant Street, for example, the actual boundaries of the historic district are tend to sort of jog around. And so some places that have both heritage and historic districts, what they've done is they'll apply the heritage overlay in areas that are adjacent to the historic district, but the historic district regulations apply within the actual boundary of the historic district. But you would have those heritage overlay standards that could apply sort of outside of that. So that's how we're thinking it would work.
Would that be confusing for people living in those districts? And is that feasible? I'm just trying to figure out if you have a historic district in a heritage overlay. I don't really understand what's the purpose of having both, because they're both there almost kind of sort of to do the same thing, but similar things.
I think, I guess it would be about as confusing with folks as it is today with the existing boundary of some of our historic districts. You know, we routinely get people who think that they either are or they're not in the historic district. And that's because not all of our historic district lines of the boundaries just form very straight sort of squares. A lot of times they jog in and out based on when the original survey of the district was done. So I think inside of the district boundaries, the historic district would apply. But I think that there may be, for the commission to consider, there may be areas like Pleasant Street, for instance, along parts of 6th or along some of the edges that aren't in the district for some additional regulations that would come with a heritage overlay. Otherwise, if let's say we didn't do that, or we didn't want that to be eligible, then you may have areas that are not in the historic district, but also wouldn't then be eligible for a heritage overlay that may be sort of valuable of still having some protection.
Okay, I think that's something I think we really need to look at, because you're creating, remember, you have the Historic Preservation Board already in existence for that community that's already designated a historic district. So if you complicate things and put a heritage overlay over an existing historic area with an already historic preservation board, now you're adding either the development review board or heritage overlay board. I just think you need to really look at that again. And how you would do that.
Maybe I wasn't being clear. So if there was property within the historic district, we wouldn't designate that as a heritage overlay.
Okay.
But because yeah, sorry, I wasn't being clear. But just because it's in that eligibility map, there may be those 25 contiguous parcels that would sort of fall into what we think is of Pleasant Street, for instance, but that are outside of the boundary of the historic district. But yeah, to your point, Commissioner, we designate a heritage overlay inside of a historic district.
Okay, so I think for the map, for the sake of the map, maybe you should put another color to indicate the outline of the historic district, and that would be the particular area you're speaking of, not something inside the historic district.
That's a good suggestion.
Okay, because that's what confused me. I thought that whole, okay, well, I'm okay with that. And another thing, we talked about, when I looked at the map and I saw some of these neighborhoods, so this is the question I have. We want to look at a historic, a heritage overlay to protect those neighborhoods that may be vulnerable for development, vulnerable to changes, right? And on this map, you have some neighborhoods and some communities that, let's just say, for instance, azalea trails across Waldo Road. That's pretty much built out. That's pretty much a single family residential home. I don't foresee any commercial, anything being built on or around that neighborhood. It's across from two great schools, you know, so I just don't see how a neighborhood such as that may want to partake in being a heritage overlay, but maybe they do, I don't know. Because the intention is to protect vulnerable communities from development or from gentrification. That's what I was assuming. So I just think that, and I don't know if you just put this in all African American communities and assume that we're all vulnerable and that we're all lumped in one category and that we may all be targeted for gentrification. That's admirable. But let's look at the reality of some of these actual communities and really think about it. Do you think that's going to happen in the next 10 to 15 years? Maybe or maybe not. So you want to, and that's okay. I just think that once we apply or we look at having a heritage overlay, that's made clear that the people in those communities, they have the right to say, okay, I want to participate in a community narrative, a neighborhood narrative, and this is something that I want to have over us or not. I just want to make that clear because every neighborhood that I'm looking at in this map is extremely different. Mm-hmm. And so I just want us to be mindful of that.
And I think that's an excellent point. And I don't think that from staff perspective, sort of we went out and, you know, and looked at, you know, these are the African American communities like in the center of Gainesville and just sort of drew a line around it. I think what our sort of thought process with the map was like, what are the neighborhoods that have some proximity to like major activity centers like downtown, Depot Park, Power District, UF, that may be either now or in the future potentially subject to development pressure. And development pressure doesn't necessarily need to be, you know, a mid-rise building going up, you know, 2 doors down. It could be single family homes being built that are just out of scale with the existing architecture in the neighborhood in order to put more bedrooms in. You know, you think about some of the newer infill development that we've had in Pleasant Street. Some of the newer buildings are quite large comparison to the historic fabric of the neighborhood. That may be good in terms of that we're seeing investment, but that also brings up concerns about compatibility and scale and some of the things that I think the heritage overlay is designed to address. So, but this is like good feedback. I think if the commission said, we really don't want this area included in the eligibility map, I mean, that's something that we can look at as staff. But again, the map is not necessarily everything that we're going to designate, only that areas that may now or in the future be eligible for a designation.
So Andrew, Mr. Parsons, how did you go about community outreach or when you did when the SEGRI overlay was applied years and years and years ago? How did you guys do that? How did that come about?
I would tell you, but I was actually before my time. I believe
Mr. Redfield might know.
Yeah, it was actually SEGRI was done, I think, as a CRA initiative for the inside CRA, but it was already in place when I got here, so I couldn't tell you exactly how the outreach was done back then.
Okay. And just the reason I asked that because, of course, we've seen how that turned out, and I just wanted to know, was there really community engagement? Did the people in those areas, did they have did they have any input on that overlay? Um, so that was the reason I asked that. And Andrew, Mr. Parsons, some other questions that I want to know too is when we look at when you say additional requirements, the standard, the design standards, where did those design, is that from the historic district standards or from the state? Where did those come from?
The list that's in the draft.
Uh-huh.
Those would be items that are sort of potential items that could be regulated in the individual heritage overlay district nominations. So let's say like we have a neighborhood, and I did want to point out that like one addition that we put on as staff to the list of regulated items that's not there today is demolitions.
Mm-hmm.
Based on, I mean, a lot of the conversation that we've heard and concern. So that is something that I think, so some neighborhoods may not want to regulate demolitions. You know, they may not see it as an issue. So their individual designation, after doing the sort of neighborhood collaboration, their ordinance may look different, may not have demolitions. Other neighborhoods may have that. So that list is essentially what could be regulated, not necessarily what will be regulated. Neighborhoods are just, as you said, neighborhoods are different. They may be concerned with different things. But we did want to like point out that that's the list, and get any input you may have on that.
And this list is not limited.
The way that the ordinance would be is that list is the enabling list. Okay. So if there were things that the commission said, we really want neighborhoods to be able to regulate, you know, ABC or XYZ, that list would need to be amended so that regulated work item could be something that that would be eligible for neighborhoods. So if the commission really said, we really care about house colors, we don't want people painting their house, you know, lavender or whatever, like putting house colors in the enabling ordinance would make being able to regulate house colors down the line, if a neighborhood really cared about that, possible. So if it's not on that list, it wouldn't be a potential regulated work item for any of the subsequent adopting ordinances. Does that make sense?
Yeah, perfect sense. And I think this is the last question. And so number 2 on page 3, when we look at a minimum and you talk about a petition shall contain authentic signatures of a majority of the homestead property owners. I think we need to really put in something like this, Andrew, instead of maybe a petition of signatures of a majority, you can have in this a participation, outreach participation, a neighborhood participation, a narrative work group participation of so many members that attended this event or program or narrative workshop for so many months, 6-8 months. I think you may have a better, and it's just something to think about, something to consider. I think you may have a better opportunity of having more people participate, because what you're going to come across, I feel, is that some people may not want to sign anything and be a part of a petition. You know, people want to see change, but some people may be afraid to say, okay, I want to sign off on this. I want to put my John Hancock on this. And I think if you offer other alternatives, such as a work group or a community narrative work study group for 6 to 8 months that they participated in as a group, and you document that in other means, in other ways, I think that'll be I think that's more accepting than something like this. Is that an option? Is this an option?
I think like our thinking is the same on this. Like, I think the way that I'm thinking about how this could potentially work is the commission will more than likely say, at some, at a meeting, maybe with some, some initial sort of neighborhood interest, and say, okay, we think, the Spring Hill neighborhood is a good candidate for this, and we want staff to go and start working with that neighborhood on potential heritage overlay designation. So at that point, we would start the exactly the sort of process you're describing, which is, we go to the neighborhood, we start, talking about the pros and cons, what it is. We have like a group of interested neighborhood members that we would work with over time to actually develop the application. And then not until that time, as that sort of that on the boot or boots on the ground type of work was done,
Okay.
would then there be an application that gets filed on behalf of the neighborhood by the city with the
Okay.
signatures and all of that stuff. So, I mean, because I think you're absolutely correct, and that's what I think a lot of the your colleagues have mentioned about the concern that the city would be sort of top down applying
Right.
property owners. And I think there's a risk of that, but I think the cure is that there would be that on the ground work with the neighborhood, and that at that point, hopefully if there was interest in the neighborhood, there would be a group of residents who would already have been working on this concept and could talk to their neighbors much more effectively than, city staff could, in terms of like trying to garner support for signatures and whatnot. So.
Okay, that's good, because I didn't know that that part would come before this petition part. So I think, yeah, once you have that engagement piece and you meet with the residents and they understand and become engaging, and then if that's something they want to continue with the application process, that's when you go ahead and do that part. Okay, that makes sense. All right, I'm sorry to take up so much time. Thank you, Mayor.
All good questions. Appreciate you bringing them up. David, Commissioner Hillis, sorry. Really am in a spacey mood today. I think it's the election. Go ahead.
Certainly is. Thank you. I want to just add my thoughts. So what really, looking at this heritage overlay document, the first objective is encouraging residents to participate and create a plan for neighborhood outreach and development within their neighborhood. And I think this should really be the guiding light, because as has been mentioned, and what I've learned being a commissioner is that every neighborhood is different, and even within neighborhoods, there's different opinions and there's different concerns. And so if we're going to embark on creating a policy that is going to allow for additional restrictions on personal private property usage, we have to create a process that is going to bring in everyone who's interested so that nobody feels left out of the discussions. I think what we've got in front of us puts us down that path. I just think that it needs to be very, very intentional in terms of outreach for that participation. Because I can think of a couple of examples, even in my own district, where there were neighborhood concerns about development, where, there was no clear consensus in the neighborhood. And there was no space for that to be played out except for in the neighbor's home, for example, where it's not the most public of settings. And so I really, really want us to focus on that participation piece for the neighborhoods, because, ultimately what I'd like to see is for these neighborhoods to take a vote on the final products if this is going to be a new regulation, because what's also in this document is that the zoning is not being changed, but in cases where they conflict, the stricter regulation takes precedence. So if we are going to place even greater restrictions on people's personal property rights, then we're going to, I believe, have to offer everyone in the neighborhood a chance to give a thumbs up or a thumbs down on the regulations themselves that are being produced. But as has been mentioned, if there's a participative process beforehand and a gathering of signatures and all of that, and that,
then I think you're going to see a positive result and reaction to those restrictions. I can think of an example when the city staff worked with neighborhoods to annex into the city. There was a lot of participation within those neighborhoods, and then the vote was a positive result. So moving on to the board, because there's a couple of blanks here in terms of who will issue permits, who will make determinations. I think the DRB is probably the appropriate board because those are quasi-judicial decisions being made. And so I want people who are brought to those decisions to have that type of background, and the DRB to me seems to be the most appropriate. My mind can be changed on that if we decide to go in the direction of creating a new board. However, I'm always hesitant to do that. The only reason I would say that is because, again, we are adding an extra layer of restriction on personal property rights, and so I would have a bit of a delay in creating too many boards over those restrictions, because then you could be deterring people from making decisions about their homes indefinitely based on what boards decide. I think this commission should really, really encourage neighborhoods to apply. I think that these processes go a lot better when they come from the ground up rather than from the top down. I understand that some neighborhoods are going to want to move quickly, and so there's going to be pressure applied on the commission to move their process along quicker. But again, considering the fact that most neighbors are not in the rooms having those discussions, I would feel a lot more comfortable if those applications came from submissions from neighborhoods rather than motions from the city commission. Lastly, as far as requirements and design requirements, this is ultimately why we're creating this policy, because we want neighborhoods who are uncomfortable with building heights, uncomfortable with the ratios on the lots, uncomfortable with any number of things from that's listed here. There's 11 points listed here. I want us to have broad brushes, but I also want our staff to really, really be able to offer the kind of technical assistance to these neighborhoods so they can sort of make these things as clear as possible. Because for the neighborhoods who are going to go ahead with this, the neighbor who doesn't come to City Hall but wants to make a change to their deck or add a room to their house are going to be subject to these things, and I want them to be able to understand it right away. I want their contractors to be able to understand it right away, and I don't want them to have to go through hours of meetings on tapes so that they can understand what is in front of them. So that's another challenge that I think is facing this policy. But all in all, I like the suggestions that have been made, and I just wanted to add my comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Hayes. Mr. Mayor, I agree with Commissioner Ariel and Simmons. I think the DRB probably is the best board to do it because they kind of deal with these things already. And also, Commissioner Ariel, I agree. I think if the commission does move forward with this, I think it should go to a vote of the people on property in that area. If we're going to restrict their property rights, there should be a vote to kind of take that action. Because when we're doing zoning, it's usually kind of giving them more rights and stuff like this. And if we're going to restrict it, it should be taking their decision. I do think that we should look and make sure that we put in some protections of not allowing exclusionary kind of zoning practices. Because that's my worry, is that these can go into that direction. And that is one of my biggest worries about this, is opening up a Pandora's box that starts to allow that to happen, and that we go down an area that starts to allow exclusionary zoning in certain neighborhoods, and then the problems just get worse and worse and worse. on kind of expanding, and to Commissioner Simmons' point about talking like Pleasant Street and things like that and going out, I think it is kind of confusing of having historic district not in there. But I also think we need to look at how do we, even these boundaries of the Pleasant Street district go all the way down to University Avenue, and like, that's, I think, a different place than going a few blocks north. And then this even includes these kind of eligible draft heritage areas, like the Holiday Inn on the corner of University and 13th Street, which I don't know if that should be included even in an eligibility map. And also, I think one of the things, and actually I think one of the things we need to discuss as part of historic preservation kind of ordinance right now is, right now there's a buffer of 100 feet beyond there, and it caps things. And like, for example, the Holiday Inn, even though it was built in 1965, could not be built today because of the historic preservation district that was built or enacted next to it. The townhouses that I think fit very well with the neighborhood that are just over here east would not be allowed to be built today because of the buffer zones that were enacted in 2017 of kind of expanding beyond the historic preservation area. So I think we need to look at, if we're going to go beyond these kind of historic preservation areas and into kind of commercial areas, we need to make sure that it's not just the same thing flat 3 stories all the way across or whatever it is. There needs to be step ups. I think that's one of the things we look at our current historical ordinance, because of like those townhouses I think look great. They fit well with the neighborhood, but they are too high, even though they fit most with it. So those are just my concerns, and yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. What I'd really like to do is continue this conversation at our General Policy Committee meeting. We did put a placeholder on there for any housing issues that spilled over from this particular meeting. Because you've all given me a lot of really good things to think about, and I'd like some time to think about them and sort of weigh the pros and cons. You know, I want to start backwards. So Commissioner Santos started out asking, what is it we're trying to accomplish? Like, what problem are we trying to solve? And all along with Heritage Overlay, my thinking has been we're trying to preserve the character of a specific neighborhood that has a history. You know, it has developed over a long period of time its own specific identity, which to me is absolutely worth preserving. If we go too far and make it an exclusionary policy where it keeps people out, or it drives up the cost of living there so much that you know, it by default changes the thing that you're trying to preserve, that's a problem. And I need to understand the balance. You know, I know that there is a place you draw that line that allows you to accomplish your goal without creating something that would damage the long-term health and survivability of the neighborhood. The rest of the stuff, I'm not going to get into, like, I'll talk about it next time. Thresholds to be eligible. The only other thing I really want to encourage is that any neighborhood to become eligible for this program, one of the requirements is they must have completed the neighborhood narrative process. Like, I just think that needs to be, here's the gateway, here's the hard work, to really figure out where your neighborhood is and where you want to be. And if you're not willing to do that, then, you know, us coming in with the heavy hand of government to say, here's a bunch of stuff you're not allowed to do anymore, I'm just not interested in that. So, you know, that to me, I think fits really well. Do the narrative. I think that becomes a really positive process. I mean, I think there might be a lot of hurt and you know, uncovering of historical damage and trauma that comes out of that process as well. I'm sure the Porter's process, it wasn't all just hugs and giggles, right? But it was a positive process. I mean, everybody came out better for it in the end. So anyway, that's sort of the thing that I'm really focused on right now. All the other, you know, whether we put fences in there or not, I'm happy to talk about it at the next meeting. So with that, recognize Commissioner Sacco.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So one last question that just occurred to me. In neighborhoods that have significant heirs properties, those would have to be resolved prior to beginning this process of a historic overlay, because you wouldn't be able to get owners to sign on. You wouldn't know who the rightful owner is. It wouldn't have clear title.
Well, maybe. If the requirement is homesteaded, property owners get to vote, then it wouldn't matter because they're probably not homesteaded. If it was all property owners, then yeah, that would be a problem.
Okay. That was my concern. Thank you.
So that's something we'll need to talk about it next time too, where we're comfortable with that. Okay, again, this was a good discussion. I hope everyone's comfortable just continuing this particular thing in our next meeting, where hopefully we can kind of narrow it down and give some more specific direction to staff. But I will turn it over to Larry to see if any members of the public want to speak to this. I know this is something that a lot of people are interested in.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, we have had a call on this. The caller's name is Gene Straw. Gene, if you're there, go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
You may need to mute your telephone, your television, rather.
Oh, hold on a minute. Probably the television. Hold on a minute. Okay, one thing I wanted to say, I guess I wanted to speak to. Thank you, City Commissioners and Mayor Lauren Poe, for allowing me to speak. I've lived in Alachua County for a while, and I read up a lot, and I think that what we need to do, our primary purpose, is to stop building and maybe renovate more and let more people take people into their extra rooms. And because Alachua is Seminole for sinkhole, and there's a lot of intricate caves and caverns underneath the ground that are sinking, and it needs to be fixed to the point where we need to really stop building. I really believe that, that place on the Holiday Inn on the corner there, that big monstrosity there, that's just added more insult to injury. And Gainesville sits in a center of the state. I guess Orlando is considered the center of the state, but Orlando has a problem with sinkholes too. And it's pretty obvious to me that Gainesville seems to be sinking, and the only cure for that is to stop building so much. And that's pretty much the only comment I wanted to make about that. But I do think that the taxes are real high here. You know, why do we pay the St. Johns River? Why do we pay St. Johns County for our water? I don't get that one. So I just wanted to make a few comments and tell you that you're doing a great job. I like Santos, you're doing a great job. And you too, Lord Mayor Poe. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
Mayor, apologies on the audio there. We did have a caller just call in. Let me see if this caller ending in 2039, did you want to speak to the current item?
I do.
Okay, please go ahead. Give us your name, and you've got 3 minutes.
My name is Gregory Spetz, and I think most of the commissioners know who I am. And I'm the developer of Grove Street and several other things in the city. And I just was hoping to voice my opinion on this. I would like to say that there are neighborhoods. I'm very aware of Gainesville real estate. I think most of you know that. And there are some neighborhoods that are really underrepresented in this development process. You know, like Porter's is a clear one. Fifth Avenue has a lot of single-family, poor black neighborhoods north of Fifth Avenue, south of 8th Avenue. But then Fifth Avenue also has areas that are 90% investor-owned south of Fifth Avenue, and in areas like that. So it seems to me like blanketing the city is maybe not the best idea. The historic district, the historic board is amazing. They've protected those neighborhoods, and the city's gone through decades-long processes on then figuring out where to go. And the people on that board are qualified to make those decisions. People like Jay Reeves and Phil Warner, they're experts. It has people like Michelle Hazen on it. And they clearly know what they're doing. They know our properties, our city. And that could be a good board to lean on when looking at these things. I think it could be a dangerous precedent and potentially illegal to exclude all property owners from this, because you're talking about adding additional regulations onto existing uses on existing property rights. And there's no clarification on how these boards would work. And having homesteaded owners being able to make these calls could also be dangerous. When I started in Grove Street, when you guys have been here and you see that I'm building for locals, I'm doing it affordably, I'm bringing in mixed races, and I've got more female tenants than I do male tenants, black tenants, white. When I first started here, neighbors came at me shaking their fists saying, "We're going to stop you." And I said, "You don't even know what I'm going to do. And I'm going to do these things for the community, and I'm going to build things for you." And they said, "We don't care. We stopped other developers, and we're going to stop you. We don't want any change." So I think empowering certain places might be detrimental to the city. I mean, I think you guys like what I'm doing up here. So I would just proceed very carefully before empowering people who aren't experts on design, planning, city growth while you're evaluating processes. Also be careful about regulating some of the areas that are adjacent to the historic district. Those buildings are very poorly built. Very difficult to fix them, to increase their energy efficiency. And you're talking about basically making it more difficult to change those buildings when they need to be. I've tried to remodel a ton of them, and when we've torn open the walls, there's been no studs, or they've been eaten by termites, or no insulation. And I think they're going to drive up the cost of housing all over the city if you start applying it.
Mayor, that's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Mayor, we do have one additional caller. Thanks very much. We do have one additional caller who joined during the last comment, and she identifies herself just as Maureen. Maureen, you're on the line. Maureen?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
First, I want to say thank you to Commissioners Johnson and Ariola for voting for the moratorium. And I'm really sorry to see how I feel like the whole moratorium effort and energy has been sort of hijacked for these projects that you have come up with, which don't seem to be citizen initiated. They seem to be your pet projects. I do not believe that we should be spending $180,000, if I heard right, to study inclusionary, exclusionary zoning. I know some of you are in love with that. I appreciate the ones of you who are not. I also don't believe that the neighborhood narrative should be hooked to the heritage overlay. My understanding that UF was heavily connected with the development of the neighborhood narrative, as was a major developer in that neighborhood. Mr. Copy, I believe, is his name. And that is what I wanted to have to say. I tried to call about the moratorium earlier, but I didn't get in on time. Thank you. Have a nice day.
And Mayor, that's all we have.
Okay, thank you everybody for calling in and sharing your thoughts with us. I just want to make, there's one point I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on. We do not import our water from St. John's. We get it ourselves in our own well field that we keep very safe and protected. And GRU does a great job of that. So our water is, and we actually put 70% back that we take out in the first place, back into the aquifer. So we really try to be good stewards of that resource. Okay, we've reached time for our break. I did want to thank the staff and officers that have been working to protect our COVID protocols. We had Sergeant Nick Ferreira, Officers Jamie Hope, Freddie Perez, and Mose Rochelle, and from facilities, we had Anthony Gleckley, helping keep everything sort of safe and clean. So thank you all for helping do that, and anybody that did show up was made to feel safe and protected. So with that, we are going to be in recess until 5:30. Recess until 5:30. All right, good evening, everybody. Welcome back. This is the evening portion of our November 5th regular City Commission meeting. And we have a few items from the afternoon that we didn't get to that we'll do towards the end of our agenda. But Madam Clerk, if you could please introduce the next item.
Okay, our next item is Resolution 1, resolution recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the City of Gainesville. A resolution of the City of Gainesville, Florida, recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day, resolving to honor and promote the well-being and growth of Gainesville's American Indian Indigenous community and providing for an immediate effective date.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Just an update as far as how we move forward with this. The folks that I've been working with on this are going to put together a sort of advisory group on what kind of events and sort of permit installations and things like that would be most appropriate. So if anybody out there would like to participate in that, or if any of the commissioners know of folks that might be interested in serving on this, it'd just be an informal citizens group that would bring some recommendations back to the commission so we could get them implemented before October of next year. And you can send them my way and I'll help get them all together. But with that, are there any questions or is there a motion? Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Ward, moved by Hayes Santos. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion to adopt the resolution recognizing the second Monday in October as Indigenous Peoples' Day in the City of Gainesville?
Good evening, everyone. Adam Soslow here. We have no public comment on this issue.
All right, Adam, good evening. Good to see you. I guess we wore Larry out, huh? Okay, with that, let's move back to a vote of the commission. It is a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Aye. Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously, and thank you all very much for that. Next up, Madam Clerk.
Our next item is RE-2, Commissioners Harvey Ward and Adrian Hayes Santos, resolution on assuring the protection of the 2020 general election results. A resolution of the City Commission of the City of Gainesville, Florida, on assuring the protection of the 2020 general election results.
All right, thank you very much. We got many emails from folks asking us to support this resolution, almost as if they knew there might be a close election, and we wanted to make sure that every vote was counted, as should always happen in a democracy. So I appreciate Commissioner Santos and Ward asking for this to be placed on the agenda. Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To be clear, I tried to make it very clear to everyone that I spoke with about this, everyone who talked to me, that we don't count votes, that it's not the purview of the City of Gainesville, but that we are absolutely committed to every vote being counted and want to put the full weight of the Gainesville City Commission behind every effort to make sure that every vote is counted. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I'd move resolution number 200489.
By Ward, seconded by Santos. Any members of the public wish to speak to this motion? We'll start with you, Adam.
No, sir, we have nobody on the line. Continue, please.
Okay, thank you. Good, Armando. Okay. With that, we'll go back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons. Aye. Commissioner Ward.
Aye.
Commissioner Sacco.
Aye.
Commissioner Ariola.
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson. Aye. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Okay, up next, Madam Clerk.
Next, we have second reading of ordinance 191126, vacation of public right-of-way east of Northwest 13th Street between Southwest 4th and Southwest 5th Avenues. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, to vacate, abandon, and close a certain public right-of-way generally located south of Southwest 4th Avenue, west of Southwest 12th Street, north of Southwest 5th Avenue, and east of Southwest 13th Street is more specifically described in this ordinance, subject to terms and conditions, providing directions to the clerk of the commission, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an effective date.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, we heard first reading on this and heard presentations. Are we required to take presentations this time as well? As to the attorney?
No, you are not, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions or is there a motion? Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move adoption of ordinance number 191126 on second reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Second. Seconded by Hayes Santos, moved by Ariola. Any members of the public wish to speak to the motion?
Sir, there is nobody. Wait, hold on 1 second. We do have a caller. Give me half a second. Yes, we have Mr. Nathan Scott looking to make a comment on this issue. Mr. Scott, you are live and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioner Nathan Scott. I'll make this brief. With respect to this item, really hard to hear what's going on. It's a live meeting, but all we see on the video feed is the picture of the clerk. We don't need to see a portrait of the clerk. We need to see the city commission, what they're voting on, and the discussion between the commissioners. So I'd ask that we give some consideration to streaming the meeting live so that your constituents can follow along rather than putting a vanity-driven picture of the clerk up. That's just not serving a purpose. The meeting is not to be looking at the clerk. It should be looking at the commission, the deliberation, and vote of the commission, not looking at the picture of the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. Mayor, that is the only public comment on this issue. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. And I think generally with Zoom, whoever's speaking comes to the fore, and so when the item is being read in, it'll be the clerk, and then it usually comes back to the commission. But if there's an issue with that, we'll go back and our broadcast staff can look at the feed and make sure that it's functioning properly. Mr. Grundy, did you want to speak to this issue? Okay. So back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Sacco?
Aye.
Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes 6-1 with Johnson in dissent. Next item, please.
The next item is the first reading of ordinance 160937, ordinance relating to non-motorized vehicles for hire, an ordinance of the city of Gainesville, Florida, amending and creating new sections within chapter 28, article 2 of the Code of Ordinances relating to non-motorized vehicles for hire, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Who do we have to present this item? Oh, come on down. Or come on up, or come on over.
My name is Mike Barnes. I'm the towing administrator for the city of Gainesville.
Thank you. Good to meet you, Mr. Barnes.
Okay. Do you guys have the PowerPoint or anything? Okay.
They can put it up. We have it in our backup.
Yes, it should be the third item on there.
Oh, it's not. No, it's not. No.
Yes, 3 pages.
It's just.
The clerk would actually have to do that. Whatever presentation, we can't show because we're presenting what the Zoom meeting it shows out. So.
Okay, so Madam Clerk, can you? Okay, so Scott, the people at home will see the.
And also to what Nathan said, this is what is going out. So basically, this is what goes up.
Okay, so if she shares her screen, people will still see the top right-hand corner live commission.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Okay.
And then if you just full screen, you can share presentations like we've done all day.
Yeah. Okay. So Madam Clerk, can you pull that up? Is that possible?
Yes, we're pulling it up right now.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so these are updates to Article 2 of Chapter 28. Article 2 addresses non-motorized vehicles for hire, which are commonly referred to as pedicabs, rickshaws. And so a brief history of this, back in 2015, Article 1 of Chapter 28 was updated. And in the update, it allowed for companies to, for the vehicles for hire, the motorized vehicles for hire, allowed them to operate from a digital platform. So it was specifically created when Uber came into existence. And during that same time, when that ordinance was changed, no changes were made to Article 2. And in Article 2, there are several sections that reference back to Article 1. And so when Article 1 was changed, some of the references for Article 2 were inaccurate, and we are no longer able to look back to that article to get the correct information. So back in 2017, some changes were looked at, and so what will happen with the changes to Article 2 is the idea is to more closely align Article 1 and Article 2, simplifying the administration and enforcement of Chapter 18. And so one of the things that happened is when they created Article 1 was that the companies had to come and get an annual business license, which they did in the past. The big change was that the companies became more responsible for the drivers. They issued their own drivers their permits to drive, and they also were responsible for getting their own inspections of their taxi cabs. And so one of the things that this is going, the changes are proposed to do is to allow the companies, the pedicab companies, to operate basically the same as the motorized taxi cabs, so that they have the same requirements. That being, the companies have to get an annual business license, and once they're given that, the companies permit the drivers, and they do their own inspections of the pedicabs to make sure that they're up to our standards that are listed in the city ordinance. So the annual license requirement was added, and that was one of the things that actually was that was not listed in Article 2. That section was gone. Company issued driver authorizations were added. There were previously driver authorizations required, but the company didn't do them. They came to us, and we did the background checks for them. We did ensured that they met the city's requirements to be drivers for pedicabs. There are very few wording changes for the vehicle safety standards and the prohibited conduct. And the vehicle safety standards are just the requirements for the pedicabs themselves, like the reflectors, and other things, just to make them safe on the road. And the prohibited conduct is what each driver is not allowed to do when they're operating as a pedicab in Gainesville. That being, they can't go in certain areas, they can't do certain things to keep the occupants safe. And lastly, the enforcement section, the violations section, and the penalties were amended to be similar to Article 1. And those are the changes that are proposed for Article 2.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. If you stick around for any questions. Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You mentioned back in 2017, was this a staff initiated or a commission initiated?
In 2017, it was staff initiated, yes, sir.
I do have a question about the being able to consume alcohol beverages. You can consume in an Uber, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I guess why is this one different then?
Ubers, those are solely regulated by the state of Florida. We cannot regulate, the city cannot regulate Ubers and the other vehicles that operate off that digital platform. There was a state statute that established that, and so we no longer are allowed to regulate them.
Okay, but you can in every other vehicle for hire, except for a pedicab, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I mean, I guess I would like to remove that to keep it, the competition the same across the board. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
What's the line in the ordinance?
Line 392 and 393.
Okay, Commissioner Simmons.
Is this in any way related to a peer-to-peer car sharing?
No, ma'am. This
Is totally different?
This is, yes, ma'am. This
Okay.
is specific to the human-powered bicycles.
Okay. So you know it's been a long day for me already.
Back to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would move that we adopt ordinance number 160937 with one modification, that we strike lines 392 and 393 on first reading by title only.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Simmons. Madam Attorney, you okay with that? It's a minor change.
Yes, Mayor, that's fine. It's very clear what you're amending.
Okay, thank you. Adam, over to you for public comment.
Yes, sir. We do have one public commenter, Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you are on the line and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good afternoon or evening, Mayor, Commissioner Nathan Scott. With respect to the proposed amendments, I think this is another instance of overregulation by the city. I mean, certainly the city has an interest in promoting the safety and welfare, but I mean, the requirements that you guys add to anyone wanting to provide a service in the city, a business, small business, whatever, entrepreneurs, is just overwhelming, which is why you see majority of the people, relocating outside of the city limits, and success up in, Tech City, Alachua, and other places, because the policies of the city have become so burdensome and onerous that people just aren't happy with it. And, it frustrates me because there's countless many other things that the city should be doing that are critical problems facing the city. All the shootings, all the bullets flying over town, just don't seem to have an interest in that. But you certainly seem to want to dabble in every aspect of, anything that you can regulate. I mean, it's getting to be, it's actually worse in the county, but the county's got the same problem too. So just ask yourself, concern yourself with core governments and focus on the critical, important issues rather than all this superfluous stuff. I mean, Mayor Poe, you made a false narrative on something I said earlier today where I questioned the need for the city to hire a consultant, yet another consultant in every single city commission meeting. And you said, well, it's because staff is overburdened. Well, if they're overburdened, that's a function of you guys trying to do everything rather than living within your means. And if they're overburdened, then stop giving them additional things to do, like all this petty nonsense. So again, that's my comment on this. But you guys just don't seem to get it. I mean, you're elected by 7% majority of the 13% of people that actually voted in the city election. And that's what we get in terms of core governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have no further calls, Mr. Mayor. The floor is back in yours.
Okay. Good, Armando. Okay. Come back to Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's one other thing I forgot to bring up. There's a section on background checks, and I guess it's something I would like for us to come back for a second reading with a change, but we talk about a lot of how we want to give people second chances and being able to get back into work and who get out of prison. And maybe there's some things in this that are okay precluding, but if you've felony possession of sale of a controlled substance, I mean, that's a lot of people who would be caught into that if they've had that in the last 7 years. And I don't know, that's something I would like. I don't know what the rest of the commission kind of feels on that, and I don't want to make changes on the fly on this one right here, but I don't know. I think that's something the staff should look at again. And if we've talked about how we want to help people get jobs, and by having some of this language in here, this is somewhat precluding people from being able to, who have gotten out of prison for not being able to work in this job for 7 years. So I don't know if there's any thoughts on that or not from the commission.
Commissioner Johnson?
Okay, thank you for bringing it up.
So I guess I'd like to amend the motion that we have staff look at the background section for the company issued driver's authorization and really see if, I guess what's the correct wording, if keeping those people who have been convicted of those crimes is really necessary, and what is the exact reason for it, I guess. Or it needs to have a good reason for it. I don't know if that's...
So if we're going to do that, I think we just need to continue this item because that's a subjective thing. And if you want a staff report on sort of cost benefit of having it in there, that's a policy discussion. So I think we could do two things. We could pass it tonight, as we've amended it with that one strike, and then ask staff to do an analysis and come back later on where we might amend the motion.
Yes, that's what I kind of was asking for. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So to Ms. Shalley, who I'm sure is biting her nails, the motion is the same as far as striking the two lines, 392 through 3, but we're also asking for a broader staff analysis of the sort of pros and cons of the section on limitations to come back to the commission for a discussion. Okay, everybody clear on that? Seconder okay with that? Yes, Commissioner Simmons? Yeah, okay. So with that, let's go ahead and move to a roll call vote.
Commissioner Simmons? Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Our next item is the first reading of ordinance 200431, ordinance changing violator to alleged violator and making a clarification to code violation process. An ordinance of the City of Gainesville, Florida, making scrivener's revisions to several code sections to change violator to alleged violator and amending section 2-3881A to clarify process for a violation, providing directions to the codifier, providing a severability clause, providing a repealing clause, and providing an immediate effective date.
Okay, this was done at a request of the commission, but Ms. Shalley, do you want to give any background on this item?
No, Mayor, as you said, this was a request of the commission, and so we simply did a word search of the code to find all of the places where the word violator was used before a person was actually adjudicated. And in those cases, we inserted the word alleged violator.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Attorney. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance number 200431 on first reading.
Okay, is there a second? Second, okay. I can't hear you. So moved by Commissioner Simmons, seconded by Commissioner Hayes Santos on first reading by title only. Adam, over to you for public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no public comment on FR-2. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. You good? All right, well, with that, we will move back to the commission for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Ariola?
Aye.
Commissioner Johnson? Commissioner Sacco? Commissioner Simmons?
Aye.
Commissioner Ward? Commissioner Hayes Santos?
Aye.
And Mayor Poe.
Aye, that motion passes unanimously. All right, that's the end of our evening portion, so we'll go back to the items we did not get to this afternoon. Madam Clerk, I think we left off on BD8, is that correct?
Yes, we are back on BD8. Marie, if you wouldn't mind unsharing your screen, please. Sorry about that.
It was earlier.
We're back to BD8 on page 10, item 200492, recess dates for the City Commission, with a recommendation that the commission select and confirm the recess dates for the remainder of this year and into next year.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I put forward some dates for the like for us to take recesses. I would like to make one change to what I have there. Instead of Tuesday, December 15th, do Wednesday, the 16th of 2020, because we have a county city meeting on that Tuesday. So I'd like to move the dates for the winter, spring, summer recess, fall recess, and winter recess of the coming year.
So what are you changing?
The first from Tuesday, December 15th to Wednesday, December 16th.
Okay. Okay, the second came from Ariola. Okay. Okay, moved by Jacinto, seconded by Ariola, setting the recess dates for the remainder of this year and through 2021. Yeah, members of the public, let's get the phone in folks first, and then I'll get you. Adam?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one comment here. It is Mr. Nathan Scott. Mr. Scott, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Nathan Scott. So I spoke to this last time it was brought before the commission. With respect to the commission's recess, I mean, it's ironic that you guys think you're so special that you take more recesses than Congress does. You know, you have critical challenges facing the city. Certainly during Christmas or Thanksgiving holiday, that would be a basis for not having commission meetings. But, you know, COVID is your go-to issue. You continue to strike fear in the minds of the citizens of Gainesville. So certainly, you know, if COVID was so important, it's amazing that you guys went on vacation or recessed and weren't here to talk or virtue signal or do all the other things you do. So again, I think it's more than ironic that you guys need to take so much recess rather than, you know, do the public duty that you're elected to do and have meetings. If you had more frequent meetings and less recess, perhaps your meeting agendas wouldn't be so long. You wouldn't have to continue items. But, you know, maybe you should ponder that, Mayor Pogue, because you set the agenda. You've been here the longest on the city commission and the mayor. You brought us the highest electric rates in the state of Florida. Brought us, you know, failure to address homelessness, failure to address affordable housing. But you guys have time to dabble in everything other than core critical issues. And here we find ourselves in their great level of heightened importance, self-importance, taking more recess than Congress. So I think you guys should really consider that if these issues, particularly COVID and CARES and the shootings, which you have not addressed. No one on the city commission has addressed the rampant shootings or the bullets flying over town because you're too busy doing other things. So let GPD address them. So it'd be good to have a public statement rather than you guys virtue signaling about some grand jury indictment in Kentucky that has nothing to do with public safety in the city of Gainesville. But I question the need for all this recess, and that's not what you're elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. We have one additional caller who we have not yet pre-screened. The phone number ends in 7823. If that caller is here to discuss the recess dates for the City Commission, please go ahead and tell us who you are, and you've got 3 minutes.
Hello, this is Joe Beatty, and I would echo what Mr. Scott just said. That was pretty much what I was going to say. I don't understand. I've been watching City Commission meetings for over a decade, mostly in person, and it's only the last few years you keep piling on more and more work, and I've never seen these quarterly recesses for meetings scheduled, and I don't understand it. You complain that you've got too much work. You're doing the people's business out of the sight of the people, and I object, and I would hope you would say no. And it seems like you feel like you're very entitled. So I object to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Mr. Mayor, that was our last public comment. The floor is back to you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Grundy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me okay?
Got you loud and clear, yep.
Okay, I'm gonna try a different approach. Mr. Mayor, I know that you all are gonna have a quarterly recess or need a recess, and that's not, I want to appeal in a different perspective, in a different way. there are a lot of topics that are going to come before us, especially between now and the end of the year. And when we had our last joint meeting between us as a GCRA, there's issues of equity. There's a lot of things coming down the pike. We know that we also have holidays. We have Thanksgiving coming up. We have Christmas coming up. I get it. I want to appeal to us to do as much as we can, as best as we can. I get you're going to have your breaks and put them in. I would like us to have more conversations, more transparency as best we can, especially just looking at how this room is right now, looking at how you all, things have changed. And we're going to have to conduct business. We're going to have to do the best we can with what we've been given, the set of cards that we've been given. For me, I don't want to talk about just issues and problems. I want to start finding real solutions and tangible solutions to those other than just talking. And it seems like we talk in platitudes. We talk about equity. We talk about equality and all these things. And I want us to really start nailing down, especially, Mr. Mayor, for things like, for us, when we had a joint meeting when it comes to issues of the GCR for economic development, we need to start coming down to finer points to have solution. And we can't do that if we're the way we've done. We had an 8-month break in lapse where we really haven't been doing much of anything. Not your fault, not our fault. It just is. And I'm not questioning about what you should or shouldn't do. I'm just saying, what can we all do to have it make it efficient and still get our business done and still get things done? Because there are some real issues, Mr. Mayor, that I want to talk about, whether it affects things like sexism, Mr. Mayor, things that are affecting, all these things that are affecting our community that people want to talk about, our community needs to talk about. And so I appeal to you in that regard, and I'll listen to what you have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Back to Commissioner Simmons.
Mayor, I just want to say that even though we are technically on break, and I'm only going to speak for myself, I typically schedule appointments during break. If I have an opportunity to engage with people in the community, solve problems and solve issues, even if it's called a break on my calendar, I go out and see people and make those phone calls. So I just want people to know that, and I can only speak for myself. And I know you may think you can't get things done collectively as a group, but for me, I'm in a situation where I can be more flexible. So I can take the time out and go into the community and do things and make appointments and visit. So I just want the people to know, although we want to take time out for ourselves, we want to have a break, I do make it a point to continue my schedule and continue to work for the people. So I just wanted the community to know that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To echo Commissioner Simmons, just because there are no commission meetings scheduled does not mean that the commission isn't working. I continue to have appointments on my calendar throughout those weeks. But what those breaks do is give staff a chance to catch up with all the things that we give them. We have meetings every 2 weeks, and we come up with new projects for staff. And the impetus for these breaks, when we started doing them last year, I think, maybe the year before, was to give staff a chance to catch up and go a couple, 3 weeks without us dumping new projects in their lap. They're all good projects, but we only have so many staffers. But yeah, I continue to meet with people. I think most of us probably do throughout that process, and it's on my calendar. So thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And kind of echo similar things. To be honest, is when I do a lot of my research and looking at things is during that time, because I don't have like a meeting every single day coming up, so you can actually put some real thought into things. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks. And just, for example, in our December recess, we won't be missing any regular city commission meetings. We'll be missing one general policy committee meeting, but we won't be missing any January meetings. So, and we've always, by the way, taken a December recess and a July recess. That's always been the case. What we have done is add a fall and a spring, and those are definitely times where we tend to produce a lot of work and a lot of direction to staff, and it needs time to process and catch up. But that's okay. I am confident we take fewer recesses than Congress. I am quite confident in that. Congress probably takes more recesses than us in the first quarter of their session than we take all year. So, I know it's not fun. It's not nice to make fun of Congress either. They work hard and earn their recesses. But so anyway, we understand that folks can not appreciate that we take a break from a couple of our public meetings. I don't think a single one of us quits taking private meetings, with constituents, and that's when we get out. That's where we get out into our neighborhoods. We meet with community groups. We go out into our city facilities, and there's a lot that if there were 48 hours in the day, I still wouldn't have enough time to get to all the things I like to do. So it's it's about managing what time you do have properly. Okay, with that, we will move to, it's just a voice vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, next item.
Our next item is BD9, Business Improvement Grant Program, with the recommendation that from the city manager to the city commission that you all approve the Business Improvement Grant Program.
Okay, thank you. Who do we have to present for us today?
Good evening, commissioners.
Go ahead, Mr. Feldman, if you wanted to introduce it.
No, that's fine. Let's keep going.
We'd love to hear from somebody.
Yeah, Daniel, you're up.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Daniel Blumberg, and I'm a project manager with the GCRA. I've managed the facade improvements program for existing commercial buildings, the residential paint grant program, and I've worked on GNV Cares. I'm excited to present to you the new business improvement grant program. Each of the PowerPoint slides going forward will have a page number in the bottom right-hand corner. Owing to the format of the meeting and to respect your time, if you would please write down the page number in your question, I'll be happy to answer them at the end of the presentation. So I'll be covering the program history, the goals of the revisions, proposed program revisions, summary of improvements, next steps, and recommendation. One of the key goals of the GCRA and the CRA before it has been to revitalize areas within its district. A method that has been successful across the entire state of Florida has been through the offering of grants to assist businesses in investing in themselves and by doing so their community. Precursor to our department, the GCRA was the CRA, and it has had a program offering grants of this nature since 2003. You can see on this slide here, Dick Mondell's both before and after. And FY19, we had just over $515,000 worth of combined investment within our previous 4 districts. Of that, just over $220,000 was GCRA grant funds, and just over $294,000 was private investments. So the goals of the revisions are to consolidate the 4 former programs, to clarify policy, to concentrate impact, to improve the administrative process, and to build a user-friendly document. So I'm going to go over on this next slide's proposed program revisions. There were a number of revisions that were made. I'm going to be hitting the highlights on these slides. Again, if you have any questions, please note the page number and we can always come back to any of the individual items I did not cover during this presentation. So as mentioned earlier, each of the previous districts had similar but different grant programs. As the old CRA districts ceased to exist, October 1st, 2019, the programs needed to be rebuilt into a singular program that covered the entire GCRA district. The evaluation of grant applications is done with a new tier-based funding structure and would no longer be done via a point-based system. I'll go over the tier-based structure in just a little bit during this presentation. The goal behind this program is to encourage reinvestment in properties and to help revitalize areas. To that end, buildings must be at least 5 years old to qualify for the grant. New construction, recently constructed buildings less than 5 years old do not qualify. Target corridors were part of each of the previous district's programs. The new target corridor list was taken from the adopted GCRA reinvestment plan, which was developed over the course of 23 public meetings, and I'll go over them in a bit more detail later on in this presentation. Under the previous programs, applicants were instructed to provide 2 cost estimates. The proposed update to that is estimates must be apples to apples and delineate eligible and any non-eligible work. This is to clarify what we are asking the applicants for and to help them ensure that they get some of the best pricing for the work that's going to be done. Previously, each of the prior community redevelopment boards had to approve a completed application after being presented it by a project manager prior to the CRA executive director approving it. This proposed change in authorization follows the city's guidelines for spending, whereby the GCRA director can sign off for up to $50,000. Over $50,000 and under $100,000, the GCRA director, upon their approval, would give it to the city manager to approve. And over $100,000, it would be approved by the city manager prior to a presentation being given to the GCRA board and then the city commission for final approval. This will significantly reduce the amount of time between when an application is received and when a potential go-ahead is granted for the majority of applications. Clarifying within the application process that the program requires a facade easement is required per agreement. This is just so that everybody, when they're looking at the actual application, will understand that there is an actual easement that is part of this program for the property. The previous programs all required easements as well for 5 years on those properties. Under evaluation of applications, this change clarifies that only complete applications are accepted and incomplete are returned for corrections. And under program guidelines, new grant applicants will have priority over previous applicants. This is important as it allows for more widespread grants across the city. And the last piece on this slide, going over some of the major proposed program revisions, is one in my mind that is a large one. It allows for the city manager to approve de minimis changes to the program that do not involve grant dollar amounts for program geographical areas, including target corridors. This way, if we find typos or anything else of a small nature, we can make corrections. We would keep a log of the who, what, when, why, how, and where that correction was done to the program without having to schedule additional city commission time to be able to reapprove that. So this map shows the GCRA boundary. Everything that's showing as orange is within the GCRA. The reinvestment plan, as I mentioned earlier, we had over 23 public meetings, identified target corridors within the GCRA district. The targeted corridors, as you can see here, are along Northwest 13th Street, Waldo and Williston Road, Northeast 8th Avenue, University Avenue, Southeast 2nd and 4th Avenues, and Southeast Hawthorne Road. You'll notice that Main Street is not listed as a target corridor. The CRA had at the time of the public meetings just completed over an $8 million investment along South Main Street, and while it is not a target corridor, the defined section is, as everything else within the district, qualifies for the Tier 1 grants, which I'll go over on this next slide. So the proposed tiered funding structure, Tier 1 is located anywhere within the GCRA boundary, provides for 50% matching grants of up to $10,000. Tier 2 provides for 50% matching grants of up to $30,000 if 2 of the 4 below are met. The storefront is greater than 30 feet in width. The storefront is on a targeted corridor. The storefront is comprised of multiple stories. The business, occupant, or owner is registered with the City of Gainesville as a small, local, or diverse business. Tier 3 provides for 50% matching grants of up to $50,000 if 3 of the 6 below are met. The items from the Tier 2 list, as well as 2 additional possible items, the 75% of or more of storefronts within one building are being externally renovated. This requirement would entail a single entity applying for the multiple storefronts, or the storefront is a grocery store deriving at least 50% of yearly sales from groceries. The final tier, Tier 4, provides for 50% matching grants of up to $150,000 if the following is met. The building is listed on the National Register of Historic Places or listed on the City of Gainesville's historic local registered listings. So, summary of improvements to the program, the proposed business improvement grant program. The summary here is the changing of the evaluation methodology to a simpler objective qualification tier-based system. Tier qualification system allows for access to higher funds based on qualifications met. Small, local, and diverse businesses can potentially qualify for additional funding, and improved approval process allows for faster turnaround time to the applicants. As this was the presentation presented to our board, the next steps we presented to the board on October 20th. The board unanimously approved the presentation as given to go to the City Commission. And if the program is approved, we'll begin promotion. There are over 40 plus businesses on the waiting list. They'll be notified via email. We would do press release, GCRA website article, social media, GNV News. The FY21 budget has already been approved for $250,000. Participation in the program would influence recommended FY22 funding. And this was the same recommendation that was given to the advisory board. Madam Clerk read what the current recommendation to the City Commission is. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
All right, thank you, Mr. Bloomberg. We'll go first to Commissioner Hayes Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's a good changes to the program, but there's one area that I would like for us to consider changing. If you go to like page 14 and page 15, mainly on the tiers, I guess we could start with page 15. And then looking at tier 2, and there's like the storefront is on a target corridor. Kind of getting to the next one, and below tier 1 is really just $10,000. Then if we go to page 14, if we can go up from that. So to get tier 2, as one of the options there, tier 2 is to get that extra money. I feel like we're leaving out some major areas. Main Street, yeah, we did do South Main, but we didn't do North Main and even portions of South Main. So I think that should be added. And then one of our one of our top strategic areas for the commission has been downtown. And while we do have Southwest 2nd, Southeast 2nd, Southeast 4th Avenue, there are those cross streets that go through there, like Southeast 1st Street and different ones like that are in that area that I think still, we want to make sure our downtown is robust and looking good. And I think those are areas I think we should, if places want to spend more money, that we should support that. And then another one is on Northwest 8th Avenue, going from Main Street to, I guess, 6th Street or 13th Street. But we're talking about two-laning that as well and trying to reinvigorate that area. So I think that's another kind of area we could discuss kind of as a target corridor. But those are changes that I would like to recommend. So those areas in our downtown, Main Street, and then 8th Avenue could be open to more dollars. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. I actually like the new tier structure. It just seems like it's a more smoother. It's better. I was on the advisory board a long time ago with the old method, and it was just complicated. It was time consuming, and I think it was just very inefficient. And looking at what we have now, I like the tier 1, tier 2, 3, and 4. And to Commissioner Hayes Santos' questions or thoughts, I think tier 1 is suffice for downtown. It's a $10,000 match. It's a $10,000 match for business owners in that area if they want to look at making whatever improvements they want to make. I think the CRA district map had, as it certainly is right now, that this structure would really benefit those main corridors that we're really looking at to bring a potential development towards. So I really like what I'm seeing here. It just seems like it's a more smooth transition. It's more easily I think people get it. Because what we want to do is to encourage people to apply for these type of grants. And I think this is exactly what it does. It spells out, it's very specific, and it's in a way that should be easily understood. So I like this, and I would like to hear what other people's thoughts are, but I would like to make a motion to move, yeah. Okay. Okay.
Commissioner Sacco?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I agree with Commissioner Simmons. I do like the tier system. It seems that the requirements are easy to understand how to get to which tier. But I also agree with Commissioner Hayes Santos on including parts of at least North Main. I know I drive through there on the way to City Hall, and there are plenty of small businesses that could fall into this GCRA boundary, but could also benefit from getting into that tier 2, but they wouldn't be able to because they're not on a main corridor. Sorry, on a target corridor. And I think the same would apply to Northwest 8th Avenue. I think those are small but important changes that could hit plenty of small businesses in that area and allow them access to that tier 2 if they want to do more work. So those are my thoughts, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You know, I'm inclined to go with the recommendation of the board right now. I think this is something that needs to be iterative, and we put it out there. We let it go through, you know, 1 or 2 annual cycles to see, what kind of places are applying. Is the budget being completely used up? Is it being oversubscribed? You know, that would tell us a lot. Is it being undersubscribed? And so, you know, it's not that I disagree with the recommendations from Commissioner Santos and Sacco, but, you know, I think there's a lot we could sort of add or subtract from this. And, you know, the fact of the matter for me is that these corridors were arrived at after a pretty extensive public conversation, and they narrowed it down to these. And, you know, I'm inclined to respect that decision. You know, and then after 1 year or 2 years, we see that there's a greater need. There's a couple things we can do. We can increase the budget to include more corridors, or we'll see that there's sort of undersubscription in certain areas that they could use it otherwise, and we can change it. So I guess I'm willing to do the wait and see and get some real data, you know, after it's implemented, rather than being more speculative at this point. Commissioner Simmons, back to you.
And I totally agree with you. I would like to move that we accept or approve the business improvement grant program as presented.
Okay, is there a second? Second by Ward. The motion was made by Commissioner Simmons. Adam, we'll turn it over to you for public comment.
And sir, I'm going to turn it right back to you. I don't have any public comment for y'all.
Okay, folks in the chamber, Mr. Brendan Gomez, welcome.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I do appreciate staff's presentation. There were, although we may have voted unanimously as a GCRA board, that's somewhat of a misnomer because there was also some questions, and I think I got to talk to the mayor. Mr. Mayor, one of your colleagues made a statement about certain corridors, and Commissioner Santos' statement was a very valid one, as was Commissioner Simmons. What I would like to iterate is, with some further questions and concerns we have, is how this would be marketed. The corridors have already been drawn. Unless you all are going to go back to the county and add to the GCRA boundaries, which would cause a ruckus, I don't know how you're going to add in certain other streets to that, because it's already been established. We didn't establish that. That was already established by agreement. So certain corridors that you're talking about are not in that corridor. And unless I misunderstood the commissioner. But I will say, Mr. Blumberg explained to us, Mr. Mayor, what I thought was really well done. This tiered system makes it a lot more efficient. The only concern that I had was the historical significance. When we started talking about how we're going to certain, and this is something Mr. Blumberg did clear up for us as a board, we asked about tier 4 because there's some, I feel like I'm not talking clear.
No, we hear you loud and clear.
Oh, okay, sorry, thank you. I'm kind of, anyway. Mr. Blumberg, what I appreciated is how clear and concise it was. Once we got past I think the historical registry was what kind of threw us through a loop. And when we were talking about, especially focusing on like tier 3 when it came to grocery sales and how we're going to track certain corridors, my thing always came back to, especially around in the GCRA, if we can go back to that, I don't know if it's page 14 with the map of the GCRA, but certain corridors when we're looking at it on the long, especially like Waldo Road and Hawthorne, where we're trying to target especially industries to come in there. My question to Mr. Bloomberg, as well as some members of the board, were asking how this was going to be marketed effectively, because there were some things in the presentation that gave some of us pause. Other than that, Commissioner Simmons and Commissioner Sacco's points are very valid, and that, yeah, it's very efficient, because what we had before, it was so mundane and rudimentary, it was causing some problems. But other than that, I think I really misunderstood Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Santos's point. So I'll just digress with what I previously said and disregard that and just go back to the point of if it was efficient. The only thing I had a real concern on, Mr. Mayor, was tier 4. It's just the historical significance. Other than that, from what we had before, this is a vast improvement. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, especially from the process from GCRA on that. Okay, seeing no further lights, we do have a motion on the floor to adopt a new and improved business improvement grant program. And this is just a voice vote. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. That motion passes 6-1 with Hayes Santos in dissent. Madam Clerk, next item, please.
Our next item is BD10 Neighborhood Paint Program, with a recommendation that the commission approve the Neighborhood Paint Program guidelines and application.
All right, Mr. Manager, do we have anybody present this?
We do. Chelsea from GCRA is going to walk you through this presentation.
All right, thank you. Just for a second, I need to drink water.
Okay, I apologize. I did not realize I was muted. All right, good evening. My name is Chelsea Bakaitis, and I'm a project manager with the GCRA. I am here this evening to share proposed updates to the GCRA paint program and potentially move forward with an already successful program. The important question to be answered today is, why is an update to the program being proposed? First, it had to be done because of the new consolidated district. Second, more recipients had to be included in the process. And third, the reinvestment plan is focused on making broad neighborhood impacts. Despite the proposed update, the success of the program speaks for itself. Since 2013, 59 homes have been painted. Here are some examples of homes under the program. Ooh, this one was in downtown and this one is in East Side. What are the proposed revisions? The proposed name Neighborhood Paint Program reflects the neighborhood focus of the program. The next change, the major change, is the proposed grant offerings. Then under the new proposed program, it includes the cost of labor. This is to ensure that the quality of work has a longer lifespan and allows for greater accessibility for those who had formerly been unable to participate for reasons such as being too busy with work or family, being elderly, or having a disability. By this new system, 35 homes could be painted in a single year, extending the impact of the program for the next 9 years of the GCRA. Next, the proposed program focuses on neighborhoods identified in the reinvestment plan by the public during engagement last winter. This neighborhood focus is inspired by an event in the Duval neighborhood under the former program. Neighbors on a street organized the Duval paint party within the neighborhood. 7 homes were painted, childcare was provided, and it shows that when neighborhoods commit, there are results. The reason the proposed program concentrates work per neighborhood is because this helps the GCRA realize the objectives of enhancing communities in the district. These neighborhoods were identified by our community as needing the most focus and improvements. The final revisions I'll talk about are just administrative in nature. The easement requirement is proposed to be removed. Our city attorney representative has advised that the applicant agreement is already binding, so we do not need to take an easement out on individual project homes. When we took this presentation to the GCRA Advisory Board on October 20th, they had recommended that the program be approved. And the City Commissioner recommendation is that the City Commission approves the program guidelines and application as presented. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bacchiatis. Back to the commission, Commissioner Santos.
Mr. Mayor, looking at the guidelines or in the actual program, a home does not have to be homestead. Is that correct?
Correct.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay, sorry, it's hard to hear in these chambers here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right. And this is also only for single family homes. So I guess one of my two things I would like for us to consider is, I guess, why did you not just go with homestead properties?
A lot of homes are rented, people rent out. They might just have one home they're renting out, and they might be renting out to family members. The other reason is that the purpose of the program is to provide an incentive to really improve a broad area instead of just particular homes here and there. And so we figured that if we, for example, if we want to improve a whole street, this just opens up to more people being able to apply. That's why.
Okay. My concern is, I mean, there are, I guess, is it being used as kind of a profit thing for companies who, is there an actual, I guess, is there an income need or anything like that has to be met? Sorry.
No.
So that's my one kind of concern, is that this could be used by kind of people might own a lot of rental properties and just use this to paint all their homes when they could afford it otherwise. The other thing I think we should, so I guess I'd like for us to consider looking at a homestead requirement. But the other thing too is if a duplex is owner occupied as well, I think it would be another thing to consider as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, Mayor. This program, when it first started out many years ago, I think it was a shot in the arm, if you will, something to eradicate slum and blight real quick. Let's just slap some paint on it. And that was fine. I think we, as a community, we're okay with this, we appreciate this, but I think we should look at other ways of enhancing our neighborhoods. One thing that I did not like about this paint program, and I guess it may be legal, I'm not sure, but there are a lot of, and I use like Porter's Oaks, for example. You have attached homes, people that own townhomes, they are homeowners, but they did not qualify for the paint program. So this program is very restrictive. And in my opinion, it does not touch as many homeowners or touch many homes as I think it could possibly do, but it doesn't. I have asked in the past, years ago, and most recently, maybe a year ago, to look at other CRAs within our state and look at programs that they have. And one particular program that I had been speaking about was a home repair program, where if you were in a CRA district, you qualified for certain home repairs to be made within your home. I did some research and reached out to those, the CRA in those areas. And it was just a very clear-cut application process, where if you had someone needed some assistance with maybe a minor roof repair job, because homeowners want those type of things done. You know, the majority of the people in the past that I've come in contact with say, okay, you know, I can buy my own paint. I can get my house painted. you know, I need to get my roof patched up, or I need to do something in my home to make it better for me and more efficient for me versus getting a paint job. And I'm not saying that having your house painted is not a great thing, but I think we really need to look at other ways that we can have an impact in our communities versus a paint program. Again, we have attached homes that are owned by homeowners that live in these areas that do not qualify for these programs, for this particular program. So I want us to really think about looking at utilizing that money in another way. And I don't know what the advisory board comments were. I don't know what was discussed about the paint program, but I just think we can do better. I think we can really enhance our communities in another way versus just putting some paint on someone's house. And I'm not undermining that at all, by all means. But I think we need to look at other ways we can help our neighbors versus doing a paint program. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Santos?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think Commissioner Simmons brought up a good point about the attached dwellings. I think that is an important thing that people do get left out. So I would like to move that we approve the program, but with 3 modifications. That it be owner occupied, that we allow owner occupied attached units to be qualified for it, and there will also be an income qualification.
Okay, is there a second? Seconded by Sacco. An income, like a, that basically you need to show you make below a certain threshold to qualify.
Okay.
So it couldn't be like property managing companies taking advantage of it, I guess. Yeah. Okay, let's turn it over to Adam for public comment.
I'll turn it right back to you, sir. We've got nobody out there.
Okay, back to you, Mr. Gomez.
Mr. Mayor, this is where, again, I just feel like we're sometimes talking in a conundrum, and it causes great pause. To say that our board did a vote and approve on this is misleading, and I'll tell you why it's misleading. In January, as a board, we asked the manager and staff this is not a project that we wanted to do. This is something that could have been done with housing. We, as a board, said that. And for somehow, the manager managed to bring this back to us when we, in January, said we want to deal with bigger projects. We want to start filing down these little tiny projects. When we were the East Side board, this return on investment for this plan was 0.8%. And we always keep talking about equity, and it seems to be nonsense. So we're going to slap paint in some places, and we're going to build nice buildings in others, or we're going to build tangible projects that we can see in other places. And you can just travel down Southwest 2nd and see CRA projects, or go down 5th Avenue. So what are we talking about here? Continuing a paint program. When I asked staff and when I asked the manager what the rate return on investment was, the answer was neighborhood stabilization. Okay, well, that's fantastic. But when we're talking about numbers and people that have been significantly declined when it comes to economic opportunity and access, they're not trying to hear about neighborhood stabilization. Anybody, the housing department for efficiency can do that. We said we want to deal with projects of dealing with economic blight and slum, blight, etc. And it seems like these projects seem to keep coming back when we are saying, Mr. Manager, we want to focus on tangible projects that are bigger projects. And for some reason, we're getting nickel and dime to do small things. That is not really doing anything of what we have said the county we're going to do, which is address issues of equity, have economic development, start having things that people can touch, see, and feel. And yes, nobody's going to say that it's not a laudable project. And I'm not going to sit there and say that it's not neighborhood stabilization. I get it. But when people are talking about wanting to see substantive change in the urban core in our downtown, seeing change on the eastern corridor within this district that people want to see, and all we're saying is the best you can give us is crumbs and slapping paint on buildings and houses, we can do better than that. And with the $70 million over 10 years that you all have charged us to do that, and we're doing the best we can, 15 members of us are working very well together, and we said, we want to do something, we want to go in a different direction. This is not the return on investment. We want to look in a different direction and do better. And we say, hey, take those dollars, turn it to the housing department, Mr. Manager. Take that out of the budget for the housing department, or give somebody else. Have Caper do it. You have them doing everything else. But it seems like it just comes back and being nickel and dimed and nothing substantive like 8th and Waldo, like our downtown and urban core is happening. And it just seems like it's a ruse, and it's tiring. And the integrity in gymnastics is tiring.
Thank you. Back to Commissioner Simmons.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and you know what? I have to agree with some of the frustration that I hear from a member of our audience, Mayor and my commissioners. I just feel like this program, it's not, in my opinion, it's just not getting it. I think we really need to focus on another program that we can really have some viable improvements in these areas. I think, again, this program has been in existence for a while now. I'm not saying that it's not viable or wasn't viable when it first started, but I truly think that we need to really start looking at other ways to enhance our communities with other low-hanging fruit besides a paint program. If I could ask staff, and she may not even have this information, but do you know, or I can ask the city manager, how long has this program been in existence?
So, Commissioner, I'm going to defer that to Ms. Vidal-Finn, who wanted to chime in as well and just give a little bit of that history that you're asking about.
Thank you.
But I do want to point out before Sarah does speak that the GCRA Advisory Board did vote to bring this forward to the commission, and I know that there was a discussion about return on investment. And my discussion with the board at that time was this represents 1% of the GCRA's annual budget. So we're not talking about spending a lot of GCRA dollars on this. And Ms. Vidal-Finn could talk about what they're trying to do with the impact on the margins through this program.
City manager, if I may, before Sarah says anything, what other option does a homeowner living in the CRA district, what other program can they choose from other than a paint program? Are there any other options? Have there ever been any other options?
So through housing and community development,
we have through the CRA
program. Through the I'll refer that question to Sarah as well.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. I did want to also thank Chelsea and Daniel. They spent a lot of time revising these programs and did a great job. And we were excited to bring them forward to you all tonight. I did want to mention that our approach since the Vitality Report has really been, how can we layer things in our priority areas? And really, this is one tool in the toolbox that's been successful. As the city manager mentioned, it's a smaller amount of money, but I did want to call attention to the fact that in the approved reinvestment roadmap, there are 3 areas of focus for us moving forward: economic development, community enhancements in housing, and public space and streetscape. And within that middle section, the community enhancements in housing, Commissioner Simmons specifically mentioned a program that she shared with us, and there is something called residential improvement programs on our roadmap. And so this is really just the first phase of bringing back programs that have been successful in our districts in the past and revising them so they can continue to be an effective tool in the toolbox. But we have to come back to you with some more proposed programs, because during the community outreach, I think we really begin to identify what the neighborhoods want to see from us. You can see that even in the business improvement grant program, the grocery stores, right? The historic buildings. We're trying to catch the things that we know are important to the communities that we serve And likewise, with these residential improvement programs, we'll be able to start identifying and drafting programs potentially around meeting greater needs. So I would just wanted to offer that and give some context. And Commissioner Simmons, I'll tell you that when I started with the GCRA, this program was around then. So that was 11 years ago. And I can get back to you on the date of its origination. But I thought that context would be helpful. And like I said, this is kind of round one, bringing these two grant programs back, and you'll be seeing more in the future.
And so let me just say this. You have a residential paint program that's successful because it's the only program. You have a residential paint program that's successful, that's been around at least 11 years because it's the only option that a homeowner or resident in this area have. So it's successful. And we're now going to take a look at the success of this program and create other options.
Mr. Grundy-Gomez, please.
So I just wanted the commission to have a whole context of what's being presented to us today. I think this is, we have to look at this. I think the paint program has ran its course. It's been the only program that has been available to the residents, to homeowners, to limited homeowners. And here we are again, we're going to continue the success of this paint program. I think we need to really consider this project, this program. I think we need to retire it, or at least not make it a priority, and look at other programs that we can start giving our community members choices from. I can't support this. This has gone on long enough. I cannot support this. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I do support this, but it's not enough. This is a step. It's a thing that is available now, and we're talking about making it better. I don't want us to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is good. We have another similar but far more robust proposal on the table to come back to us in a couple of months, hopefully, as part of the INVEST program I put out there a couple of months ago, for the city to invest $25,000 to anyone homesteading in specific neighborhoods who wants to buy, build, or renovate. So that's more than 10 times the amount of this one. But if people are taking advantage of this, if it works, I don't think we should kill it. We should do more. This should not be the only thing that we do. But I don't see killing this one if people are using it. Now, if nobody's using it, then kill it. If it's not effective, we shouldn't do it. But if what we're waiting for is a full package of things that is the whole deal, I think we're going to be consistently disappointed. I think if we hit this, every meeting or every other meeting, we have another thing and another thing and another thing. Before you know it, we end up with a basket of ideas that are useful and that work. But passing this, I hope, doesn't mean that we can't pass anything else. If this doesn't work, we should kill it. If it does work, we should continue to fund it at this increased level. That's my 2 cents on it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. It's interesting how these things kind of cycle around over time. I can remember sitting as chamber with my former colleague, Commissioner then, Henson Rawls, now Representative-elect Henson, who fought desperately to increase our funding and reach for this program. I think at that time we were doing like maybe 10 houses a year, and she was getting a lot of calls from her constituents about wanting to participate, and it would fill up like early in the year, and then people be asking, when can I? Well, you got to try again next year. I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Simmons, that if this is all we do, then shame on us. But this does make a meaningful impact, not only to the individuals who participate, but for their entire neighborhood around them. We have seen directly when one house gets painted from this program, other houses around it start doing the same thing. And so there's this amplified effect. This is a little thing. It's a little thing. But it's also very tangible and very real for the people who take advantage of it. I'll point out another program is the community weatherization program. That's not so much the exterior, but helping people with the inside of their house and their energy efficiency. There are some programs through the neighborhood department. But I would love if you would support this with the intention of the commission and working with our GCRA board to find out what else do people need that would be meaningful. I don't want us to assume we know what that is up here, but if you had $2,000 that could go towards something that wasn't a paint program, what would you use it for? Is it a landscape program? Is it a fixing the roof program? Is it a repairing the driveway program? What would help you? And then working through that process. I agree. It would be awesome to continue building out how we can help sort of house by house, neighborhood by neighborhood, revitalize areas and sort of keep people in their home. This is one of those things to me. It's been successful. There's usually a waiting list every year, and I don't see why at this point we would turn our back on that. So that's I'm definitely gonna support moving this forward. Back to you, Commissioner Simmons.
Yeah, and I certainly understand and hear where you all are coming from. And I just want to say, I have painted, along with 100 volunteers, 5 houses in one day using this program. I've done that. I've also seen the impact and the difference that has made. To this day, that same street is beautiful because of the work that we did. And what I'm trying to say is, if you don't give people options, if this is something that you're going to continue to say, okay, this is the best we have, this is all we have, this is what you're going to get, and think that's okay, and think that should be okay, and say this is such a great, successful program. Look at all the great it has done. Look at all the change that has happened, because you haven't given them a choice. Who's to say if someone had a choice between that program and another program, that this program would be a success? And all I'm simply saying is, this is not the first time that I've voiced my concern about the paint program. Members in the community have also voiced their concerns about the program, about the paint program. I can probably tell you the paint program as of late has been in decommission for maybe over a year now, or 2, going on 2 years. So just imagine if we had another option for people. That's all I'm saying. Just imagine if there was another option, how we could have continuously kept our neighborhoods beautified and continuously kept it going. So now we stopped. We've been decommissioned for over a year. No progress has been made. Now we're getting ready to gear up and say, okay, we're gonna make this program better. And I'm supposed to be okay with that. I'm just not okay with this. And I just think it's so unfair to the people in our community to have to accept and just settle for this. Yeah, and it's shame on us. And that's why I feel the way I feel, because the staff has had plenty of opportunities time and time again to come up with another option And that's all I'm asking for. The community is asking for an option. Just an option. And just don't tell me this is the best we have right now and it work is proven this is how it is, because it's the only thing we have. And I just cannot support this. And I know it's a great program, but I cannot support this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. With that, we will move to a vote. There's a motion on the floor to accept the staff and GCRA board recommendation to approve the neighborhood paint program. All in favor say aye. All opposed? That motion passes 6-1 with Commissioner Simmons in dissent. All right.
Mr. Mayor, if I may interrupt for 1 second, I do believe we had a comment come in late on the neighborhood paint program issue. I apologize. I thought you were going to call on me before the vote.
Yeah, we already took comment on that, though.
Okay, fair enough.
Much earlier, yeah. So we're to commission comment. I just have one thing to share. First of all, I want to thank the commission. It is so good to see you all in person. These are far from ideal circumstances. This is very bizarre. Nonetheless, I missed seeing you all personally, and want to thank everybody, especially all the public that participated and from home and didn't come down here. That made our job a lot easier. And so we'll continue trying to do as best we can with this sort of hybrid virtual in-person meeting, and we'll keep doing that until it's safe to do otherwise. But I got
You've been muted. To unmute yourself, press the star key twice. Hi, Pastor Duncan. I'm not sure if you heard that or not.
Adam, your public comment line was not muted.
I'm so sorry about that.
It's okay. But this is a letter from the mayor of Alexandria, Louisiana. As you know, it has been a very busy hurricane season. We've been incredibly fortunate to not have them here, but GRU crews have traveled. There's probably been a GRU crew in Louisiana or Alabama for most of the season. So this is a letter from the mayor of Alexandria. I would like to take this opportunity to tell you how thankful and appreciative myself and our citizens were for Gainesville's help in the aftermath of Hurricane Laura. Because you generously sent manpower, people is what we would say here, we were unable to quickly begin the process of cleaning up and repairing the damage to our power infrastructure. This prevented most of our citizens from having to suffer a prolonged period without power in very hot and humid southern heat. Please pass on our thanks to all the crews who came to our aid. Also thank those staff members in Gainesville who stayed behind and covered these crews so that they were able to come here. The dedication of these workers is something our citizens do not take for granted. We can never thank you enough for your help. There's so much that our utility does to serve our neighbors right here, and we're very proud of them. But they are constantly providing mutual aid, as many of these communities have provided for us when we needed it. There is really a fellowship out there amongst public power utilities that's hard to describe. But Mr. Mayor, we are so happy that we could help, that your residents are okay, and if you need us again, we'll be there. So thank you. With that, we've got Commissioner Santos.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to all of our electric crews who have for years have been going out there and saving other communities. Thank you. I do want to talk about the Hogtown Creek Greenway the amendment passed that now allows the city to actually do a Hogtown Creek Greenway. This was a project that I think it was 15 years ago that kind of was stopped at that point. So I would like for us to ask staff to come back with some information on that Greenway project, kind of where it left off, where's the property that we own or other governments own, or the easements that we may have, and kind of, I think there were some reports that were part of that too. So just kind of a refresher on kind of where things were, where did it kind of end, so that we can start having discussions about kind of where we go from there.
Okay, so without objection, we'll just ask staff to place that on an agenda and give us an update. Commissioner Ariola.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see everyone as well. I'll be brief. I just had one item. I had a meeting with, I had a Zoom meeting with neighbors in my district. You all may recall the corner of 43rd Street and 23rd, which turns into 16th there, where the old St. Michael's Church used to be. That property is once again coming up for some development. The neighbors have brought to me concerns about traffic flow. And in that meeting, they relayed to me that the development group is willing to assist with any costs that might come with traffic calming, pedestrian safety, and things of that nature. So I'd really like our staff to engage with the county, because I know that I think that segment of 43rd is a county street. So what I'd really like to do is I'd really like for our staff, without objection, if the manager could give that direction to the staff, so that they can engage with the county, so that as that development is going through the process, that traffic component is also being talked about, so that it's not after the fact. I think that'd be a really fantastic opportunity, because there's just a lot of sort of traffic issues on that street, and it goes beyond just motorists.
Yeah, I think the city manager heard you loud and clear. We have a joint meeting coming up with them, and we could place that on the agenda. I'm trying to see when. I know we have one in December.
December 15th.
Oh, thank you. You just knew that off the top of your head?
He brought it up earlier.
Yeah, so we could put that on our joint meeting agenda. That gives staff a little time to talk about it and think about it, and then we could, I think that'd be a good conversation to have.
Okay.
So yeah, I'll bring that up at our city manager, county manager chair meeting that we have.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I appreciate it, everybody. I wanted to once again thank Officer Rochelle and Sergeant Ferrara and Mr. I'm going to try to get your name right. Cleckley. Did you get it right? All right. Mr. Cleckley is our COVID sanitation expert, making sure that these chambers are kept clean so everybody can come and be as safe as possible. So, Officer, Sergeant, thank you. And with that, we hope everybody has a safe night. And this meeting is adjourned.